So give me a minute to get my last stream going, and we should be able to start this party soon. Damn, these glasses are dirty. All right, bear with me. I don't know if you guys are in here. I'm gonna be looking for an audio test the minute we get you in here. So we'll try that. But until then, let me get the other stream going here. Hopefully, we don't have any audio problems. So only two topics because these are big. These are big topics. So let me get my other stream here. Work on this here. Yeah, only two topics today because I think they're kind of important and we don't want to dilute them. Let me know on YouTube you got audio on first, Handsome Conservative. Let me know if you got good audio. If that's the case, get the other stream going and we should be able to start momentarily. So let me see here. Yep. Okay, you can hear me. Okay, great. Yep, you are first, Conservative. And I'm almost done here. So, but you are indeed first to the party. So, let me see here. Almost here. How you doing there, by the way? I'm about to say happy Friday, but it's actually Thursday. With most of us not having to work tomorrow, it feels like a Friday. So happy Independence Day to everyone. And hopefully everybody is going to enjoy it. Good eating, hanging out with family, perhaps chilling. I'm assuming some of you guys got to work. Fortunately for me, I do not. But there are plenty of holidays in the past, including July 4th, that I have worked. Just fortunately this year, I'm not doing it. So I think I got everything in here so we can get the party started. Good evening to all of you folks. By the way, it is indeed your boy Tim, the Handsome Liberal. Make sure I get the TikTok up there. Okay, so it goes without saying, if you see the monitor, you kind of know where this is going. I hate that it is going this way, but you got to be able to call a spade a spade. You got to be able to state the obvious. And I don't know why, for some reason, on TikTok, I used to be able to mirror the screen. It does not. I don't see where I can do that anymore. And I'm just looking here real quick before we start going. It doesn't give me anything. They changed something around in TikTok, so as a result, it does not. I assume there's somewhere in here you can still mirror the screen, but they moved it, so I don't know where the hell it's at. Trump is Robin Hood in reverse. He's stealing from the poor and giving to the rich. Derek, is that what you're saying? Stealing from the poor and giving to the rich? Damn, that's bad. And yeah, I don't think you're the first person I've heard say that, but we are going to talk about whether or not the president is corrupt. Now, I think all of you guys have heard by now, because it kind of broke yesterday, how much money President Trump has made. And oddly enough, it's in a single year. That's what makes this really seem egregious, is that he made this kind of money in one single year. It's not like there was not speculation that he was making a mint, but to get the actual numbers released.
Does cryptocurrency go from being a scam to a path to unequaled presidential riches? When you are Donald Trump. In 2021, Trump dismissed Bitcoin, then the leading cryptocurrency, as a, quote, scam against the dollar and a, quote, disaster waiting to happen. He changed tune in the 2024 campaign, vowing to raise what he called a crypto army to boost digital assets. Upon returning to the White House, Trump changed regulations to favor cryptocurrency. He and his family have benefited handsomely in the process.
Listen to these
How
numbers.
Handsomely? $1.4 billion in gains from, as the New York Times put it today, quote, businesses that directly benefited from his actions as president, unquote. But that is not all. In the first year of his second term, Trump raked in at least $2.2 billion in revenue. This compared to the $622 million his enterprises earned the year before he returned to the presidency. We know all these numbers from just released disclosure forms. It would be good to know how much in taxes Trump paid on this extravagant cash haul, but the president does not release those. And due to a recent settlement he made with his own agencies over the improper release of older tax forms, there can be no audits of Trump tax issues.
So he's made a fortune, and you can't really audit him because of the deal that he made with his own IRS through the DOJ. So this is crazy. Now, I will say this, the argument of whether or not a president can pardon himself, because that has not been done. That's never been done throughout history where a president tried to pardon himself. That's going to happen with Trump. That's guaranteed. Whether or not it will be legit or it can be done or not, we're going to find out. Because that was an argument, or that was a concern during Trump's first term. Can a president pardon themselves? I don't know. We know Biden pardoned his son, but that's totally legit. You can pardon a family member. Can you pardon yourself? We're going to find that out absolutely for certain. Trump is going to leave office with a pardon of himself. Guaranteed they're going to write that up, because now the Supreme Court granted him immunity, but if I'm correct, that was granted in conjunction of what you're doing on behalf of the country. So if he's committing acts like insider trading and all sorts of investment frauds and things like that, the Supreme Court is not going to cover that. The Supreme Court did not grant him immunity to commit actual crimes like that. Now, look, blowing up boats off the coast of Venezuela, we've criticized them heavily for that. I believe that's a war crime. But I believe the Supreme Court pardon, or the Supreme Court immunity rulings would probably exclude him from being held accountable for blowing up the boats off the coast of Venezuela. But in terms of cryptocurrency scams and stuff like that, I don't think the Supreme Court immunity ruling would cover him for that. I'm not a lawyer. I'm not going to pretend to be one. I'll admit this is way above my knowledge scale, so I am guessing here. But I don't believe if he's been involved in insider trading and doing things to solely enrich his family, I don't believe that would be covered. Not to mention even a Qatar jet where he's told all the American people this is a free gift from Qatar. If they can show proof it's a quid pro quo for something else, I don't know if the immunity issue would shield him from that. I think this is where he's going to try to impose a blanket pardon on himself and his family. So we'll end up talking about it, but this particular video I just gave you, that's only talking about how much money Trump made in crypto. He made tons of money from, I think the Bibles, the Trump Bibles alone made him 600 grand. I mean, he's made money hand over fist from everywhere, all sorts of places. So, it does look like he is going to, by far, be the most profitable president in American history. I'll say this briefly, because a lot of folks do believe that had we elected this woman, Kamala Harris, she was going to destroy the nation. Maybe I should put up a bigger one. You can barely see it. Had I elected this woman, she was going to destroy the nation. Or had we elected this woman, she was going to destroy the nation. That's what a lot of folks on the right feel like. Look, I don't know what Kamala Harris is going to do. I'm not going to predict it now, but I'll tell you this. She was not on cusp of becoming a billionaire. Kamala Harris was not going to become a billionaire. So if there's one area where I believe Trump has shown that he's worse than Kamala, she was not going to do all this shit. In fact, you can probably combine several of our last presidents together, and they haven't done this. Obama was in office for 8 years, and I don't think he made $2.2 billion, though, out of all 8 years combined. Trump made all this money in 1 year. He still has two more years left, and we don't know what he's made for 2026 yet. He made all this money the first year he got reelected. So he made $2.2 billion in one single year. 2026, he's obviously going to make a fortune this year, and then he has 2 more years after that. He could end up walking away with $10, $15 billion while being president. like I said, I don't know what Kamala Harris was going to do, but she wasn't going to do that. I don't think there's anybody that's going to pretend like Kamala Harris is going to get in there and do all of that. Looking in the comments here, and before we go to the boxing, I do got another topic. We're going to cover this in detail because I think it's important. And what I'm really curious about is why there are not. If I can cue this, I think you should. I want you to hear this, but I'm wondering why the right in particular, why aren't statements like this floating around? This is Don Jr. at a campaign rally before Trump got elected.
Hey. But Joe embarrassed himself enough last night. But let's talk about the double standard. So a couple of years ago, Joe Biden brings his son, Hunter Biden, who's a journeyman investor, to China with him on Air Force Two. A week later, Hunter Biden comes back with $1.5 billion from the Chinese government. I know some of the most successful investors in America, guys with actual track records, guys that people have heard of, guys that have done it and been successful over and over again. They'd say, Don, I go to China, I've been going for 15 years, I can't get $1. Hunter Biden, that no one's ever heard of, comes back with $1.5 billion.
Okay, let's make one thing clear, first of all. First of all, Hunter Biden is not worth $1.5 billion. Let's be clear about that. Hunter Biden is not worth $1.5 billion. So I don't know what he is referring to here. Maybe they made some kind of deal and he's indicating that Hunter Biden skimmed a bunch off the top for himself. But Hunter Biden has never been worth $1 billion. I don't think Joe Biden is worth anywhere near $1 billion. So his numbers sound greatly inflated. And I'm not defending Hunter Biden. I do believe Hunter Biden is guilty of nepotism and used his dad's name to make money, but not like what he is indicating here. But what's odd here is he's trying to suggest that Hunter Biden got all this money from something he had no knowledge of, no skills in. And I'm asking the question in regards to hypocrisy. Barron Trump, the youngest Trump son, is making a killing, and he has no skills whatsoever in the fields he is invested in making money in. So I do want to point that out, that you're not hearing this from the right now that it's coming, now that Trump is doing it. But when they thought Hunter Biden was being corrupt, they were all over it. Now that Trump is doing it to an astronomically higher level, they're saying nothing about it. So I do want to end up talking to you folks about that, because it does appear as if the man is making a mint. In addition to discussing all of this and asking a simple question, what did Trump mean when he said
swamp? And that's what we're doing. Now, when I said it, it sounded very easy and it was going to happen real fast. I didn't know the swamp was this dirty and this deep. I didn't know about the swamp creatures being as bad as they are. They're bad. But nobody can believe what we've been able to do. And I don't really believe anybody else could have done it. Drain the swamp. We're not finished yet, but we're getting really close.
So we're going to be certainly talking about what did he mean when he talked about draining the swamp. What did he mean by that, and what the hell is the swamp? Last but not least, the other topic I want to run by you, to me, this one is frightening, because it's not uncommon to hear folks on the right talk about how awful it is and how much, I guess, danger we can get involved in when people are referring to Trump as Schmittler and calling him a fascist and things like that. You hear them saying it's led to attempts on his life and all of this stuff. Well, I want to give you a clip from Trump. I believe this was said either yesterday or this is very recent. I'll just say this is very recent, coming from President Trump in description of today's current Democrat Party.
Well, close your churches in this country. They go communist, and they're trying to. They will kill your people, and that's what they're about. They want to end religion. They have to end religion because their ideology doesn't work. If you have strong religion, people like you that are so incredible and love our country so much and love God. This is the greatest threat to our country since its founding, in my opinion, 250 years ago, what's happening right now.
So he's suggesting if you run with the Democrats at the midterms, they're going to close your churches. You hear him say they will kill your people. They want to end religion. And he concludes by saying this is the greatest threat to our country's history. What the hell is all of that? Now, it's wrong to call him a fascist or say he's like Schmittler, but he's literally saying the Democrats want to end religion and close your churches. I have personally no clue where he's gotten any of this from, considering the fact that I don't know any candidate that's running on closing churches or ending religion. I mean, on either side of the aisle, which candidate is campaigning on closing churches and ending religion? So I don't know where he's getting that from, but if I'm correct, I believe he went even a little bit further.
Communism is very easy to sell. It destroys everything, but it's very easy. I'll be honest, I think I'd be the greatest communist in history. I'd give free rent. Ladies and gentlemen, from now on, you don't have to pay any rent. From now on, anybody wants a house, don't worry about it. Just pick the house you want. Everybody gets free food. Everything is free from this point forward. Everyone's going to vote for me. The problem is,
free food, free house, and everything is free. Now, there are plenty of communist countries on this planet. Where the hell is he referring to? What country can you live in where everything is free? I mean, like, where is this stuff coming from? Out of all the communist countries on earth, where do you live where food and housing, 100% of your existence is free? I mean, like, is he just kind of, so to speak, making this stuff up just for the sake of making it up? I don't quite get it.
everybody gets free food. Everything is free from this point forward. Everyone's going to vote for me. The problem is, after 2 or 3 years, the country is a disaster area. If they fought them the way they fight Republicans or the way they fight me, they'd be victorious.
Yeah, and I'll leave it at that. But like this is what we're going to talk about, because I mean, to me, him suggesting that Democrats want to kill people and end religion is certainly something to discuss in detail. So you guys know how the program is ran. We don't black ban or censor. We always have been MAGA friendly. Liberals are welcome as well in the program. Our comments go left of Mom Donnie till I'm having dinner with Q. You can be critical of anybody on the program, including yours truly, but I'll start out with a beautiful compliment from the one and only handsome conservative. Republicans and conservatives and Democrats too, introducing the reigning, defending heavyweight champion of the internet talk show host with the most. All rise for the handsome liberal. You know, that shit's so good, I almost want to stand myself. Appreciate that, handsome conservative. You're right the best. If this ever blows up and I need a writer, I'm going to come and find you, handsome conservative. So thank you, by the way. Appreciate all your support, all you always do. What are we talking about here? What are we talking about where the Democrats want to end religion and kill people? Where is he getting that from? And I'm going to tell you, because I made a video earlier, and I'll go ahead and start taking calls and tap the screen. Oh, you guys already been doing that pretty heavy. Thank you. I made a video earlier, and I indicated I totally understand, even with the economy, us being at war, not knowing when it's going to end, the job numbers, all this shit. I understand why people vote for Trump. I understand why the adoration and love for Trump is so strong. Simply put, if you believe what he is saying there, that the other side wants to end your religion, they want to turn the country into communist, and they want to kill people, it absolutely makes sense in your own best interest to vote for Trump. If you believe what he is saying, it makes sense to vote for him no matter what. Because according to him, the other side is going to kill you. So tap the screen, get the likes on that. We'll start out with the program. We'll go straight to El Poppy. Good evening, El Poppy. Welcome to the pro. 2.2 billion in 1 year. El Poppy, did you hear about those numbers?
Yeah, man, I heard about that damn shit.
Well, I mean, he was a successful businessman, they say.
No, that's what you say.
No, that's what That's what they say. You know, we
No,
needed.
no, Tim. Let's get this straight. Don't nobody say this but you.
No.
And the fact that the fact that once he leaves office, there's gonna be so many things that come out about this man. It's gonna be crazy, you know. Yeah. And the fact that he sit up here saying Democrats want to kill you, and I mean unalive you. Sorry, TikTok. It's just something he's throwing against the wall like he always does and seizes his sticks.
Yeah, but I gotta push back slightly. You don't.
I know you are. I know you
well,
are.
that's what we do here. That's what we do here in defense of Trump. How you gonna tell me he's not a successful businessman? The guy was quite wealthy before running for office.
Once again, that's what you say. When you have more bankruptcies than you have actual businesses, now I understand bankruptcies are part of business. Ford filed bankruptcy, Disney filed bankruptcy, but they came back with the same business and made it stronger. This idiot, he files bankruptcy and everything is, he's not, the things that they work, Trump Towers and things like that, they are owned by other people. He just has his name on it. Wow. Things that he actually run, he's a total failure.
I don't know if I would totally. He got golf course. Wait. Trump has golf courses and shit that are not failures. And by the way, MAGA Man 23 says, how did Democrats get so fucking evil? So he's suggesting that it is the Democrats that are the evil party. I got him on Clapper saying that now. I mean, how do you respond to somebody who say that?
Who is the one with January 6th? Who is the one just up here? You just showed him preaching about how supposedly the Democrats are going to kill somebody. I haven't heard a Democrat do that. And then as far as assassination go, let's check and see where these people actually vote. They're not Democrats. They're Republicans that are killing him, trying to kill him, trying to unalive him. Sorry I get TikTok.
I don't know. I mean, I don't, when it comes to the people that are trying to end Trump's life, I don't know what party they are affiliated with. I mean, I know the right, and I know Trump wants to make it sound like everybody that's doing this stuff are Democrats to create the us against them standpoint. But like with Charlie Kirk, I'm not 100% sure that dude was a card-carrying Democrat. So, yeah, I agree with you, is that we don't know really what affiliation these people are.
You're absolutely right. And excuse me, as far as Charlie Kirk, I don't know if Ms. Mo better in here, but she been preaching it all along. It wasn't that dude. It was somebody else. I digress.
Because I haven't seen, what is his name? Tyler Robinson. I have not seen enough evidence to suggest Tyler Robinson didn't off Charlie Kirk. I've heard the conspiracies, but I haven't seen enough evidence to go with that one just yet.
Look here, man. Have you seen him since that happened?
Yeah, he was on TV sitting in court. Yeah, he's been. They've shown him a couple times.
And after that, did they set a court date?
That I can't remember.
Exactly. Time heals all wounds, and we forget. And he'll be out in the street at Dairy Queen and a couple months.
So you're saying Tyler Robinson, the one they're accusing of offing Charlie Kirk, will be free soon one day?
He'll be out before the end of the year, man.
I don't think so.
His parents got money. They gave him money, man. Dude be a Dairy Queen or whatever. He ain't doing
I don't even think he'll get out.
I can't wait. I cannot wait. And the killing part, it isn't so much for MAGA because they're not going to believe it anyway. It's more for us. When all this comes out about Trump, this is us. This is for us. MAGA is not going. There's going to be a few MAGA that might believe it, but overall, they're not going to believe it. So it isn't even about telling.
I think Tyler Robinson will do more time than Carmelo Anthony. In the comments, MAGA Man says, "Why did Democrats give illegals and Somalis everything free and nothing for us blacks once again?" Who the hell just gave Somalis? What are you talking about? That doesn't make any sense. Nobody gave any. I mean, they committed acts of fraud, just like everybody else, from what Trump is doing with all of this shit to PPP loan fraud that people committed. They found a weakness in the system and committed an act of fraud. Did nobody give him shit? What are you talking about? People just come up with the wildest stuff, man. Right now, Trump is being examined for what looks like obvious corruption. So to deflect the conversation, they want to go talk about the Somalis or probably Hunter Biden or something.
Man, the man on his speech, I'm surprised you didn't catch that. This lying motherfucker sat there and said that he talked to Teddy Roosevelt.
Yeah, I saw that. Well, he did it on. He also did it with AI or.
Come on.
Wait. You don't really believe Trump is so out of it that he thought he spoke to the actual Teddy Roosevelt, do you?
Hell yeah.
No way. No.
Oh, wait a minute, hold it. The same guy that said if a boat sinks, will a battery electrocute him? The same guy that said daylight saving time. See, you would have had your hour longer if we hadn't switched daylight saving time.
He makes a few mistakes every now and then.
Okay. and now you're not going to believe that he said he talked to Teddy. The same guy, they're eating cats and dogs. And then when you ask him about it, that's what I heard. You are the president or running for president of the United States. You don't have to hear about nothing. You get information firsthand. And you're going to say, that's what I heard? You fucking idiot.
I really don't believe Trump thought he was talking to the actual Ted. I mean, I seen a video of him standing in front of a screen, and they admitted it says something like Trump talks to a virtual version of Teddy Roosevelt. You really think the guy thought he was talking to some dude back from, decades ago? You think he's that much out of it?
That makes it worse because he's talking to this virtual one thinking it's the real one.
Listen, as somebody who's been to Trump rallies and I still watch some of the gatherings, he don't come across as being out of it like that.
Okay, in the first 3 minutes, you're absolutely right. Come minute 4, 5, and on, it's a wrap, man. He done.
So then I gotta ask you a simple question. If Trump is out of it as bad as you suggest, MAGA could clearly see Biden being out of it. So why is MAGA not saying he's out of it if he's as bad off as you're indicating?
Man, I tell you, they are so far gone themselves, man. This is who they put all their money on. Put all the chips in.
Wow.
On Trump.
Wow.
You cannot sit up here at this point and go against them and lose all your chips like that.
Yeah. The crazy thing is, when we talked about Hunter Biden and Burisma and 10% to the big guy. I've had several shows on that. I'm not hearing anything from MAGA on. I mean, $2.2 billion in 1 year. Look, even if you want to go down the road that Trump is a successful businessman, how many successful businessmen on the planet earn $1 billion or more annually? I mean, that would put him way at the top of being success. He wasn't doing anything near that as a businessman before he became president.
You're asking me how many do it legally?
Yeah.
How many people?
I mean, other than maybe Richard Branson or Bezos or Musk, how many businessmen make $1 billion per year? That's gotta be only a handful of guys are doing it. I'm talking about on the planet, not just in America, on the planet. Not many people make $1 billion a year.
Nobody legally.
Yeah.
So it lets you know he's doing illegal things. We even got what president has made that much money? And see, the fact he couldn't wait to get in office because he knew this. What's that? Chicago Michael Jordan thing, Last Dance. Okay. This is his last dance. Well, and so he's going all in, getting everything he can get, doing everything he can get, and he's gonna walk away really, really rich.
Does he get to keep it though? I gotta ask you that, El Poppy. Does he get to keep it? Or otherwise, once he leaves office, do they open up investigations and try to claim some of that money back? Because I agree with you. Now his his statements show he made 2.2 billion. I think everybody believes that number is higher than that. Everybody believes that number is higher than that. But
yeah, that number's higher than that.
yeah. So do they?
Look at your dumb ass. Pile your hats up, man.
What?
Pile up. Pile the Make America Great Again. Pile all your hats up.
What
And
do
that's just minor stuff.
These are
And that's
good
just
quality hats. This is a nice looking hat.
That's just minor.
Yeah.
We ain't talking about really all that. We ain't even got to the crooked stuff yet. You know,
Yeah.
this is just his paraphernalia he's selling or whatever. You know, imagine the crooked stuff that's going on when the doors are closed.
The crypto. He made
No, I
1
said
point some odd
crooked.
billion.
I said crooked. I said the crooked stuff.
I'm talking about crypto. You don't know where the crypto.
Yeah.
You don't know where the crypto money is coming from. Some of that stuff is from foreign purchasers. I mean, and when you look at how much his coin was worth when it first came out versus now, it almost appears as if most of the people who invested the money in crypto, they just basically gave it to him because most of the investors lost money. And he made, I think, one of his cryptos, I think he made like $799 million off of it in 1 year. And everybody else lost money big time. That is crazy.
Look at and you know he's flying in that jet now.
Yeah. That's
And
another
the
one.
jet isn't painted Air Force One colors. The jet is painted Trump colors.
Well, wait a minute. Trump don't have his no, because Trump's original, that little small 737, it was black, red, and white. This jet is not the same color
No,
as
they
it.
said the blue that he painted on the jet that they gave him is the same blue that's on his own on his plane. It isn't Air Force One blue. It's a blue that he has on his plane. Same color.
Oh, it is the same color. Well, listen, I mean, first of all, I don't understand why a foreign aircraft is carrying the president of the United States. That's the first thing. But if the aircraft is going to be used by future presidents or something like that, I still not down with it. But the idea that we put hundreds of millions of dollars in this jet to make it secure and safe for the president to fly, and he's the only guy that's going to ride in it, and it's only going to be used for the remaining 2+ years of his term. That means we spent about $100 million plus each remaining year for him to fly this. That, to me, that just seems exceptionally wasteful. It wasn't necessary. It was just a luxurious upgrade for him at the cost of the taxpayer.
Everything is a waste, man. Redoing the White House is a waste. The pool is a waste. The airplane is a waste. You know how much money he has wasted in taxpayers' money?
Well, I seen Doomsday Doomsday Minute in the comments. He's saying that he's indicating that this is not that bad. He's saying we had the exact plane on order. How can we have it on order? They're currently making Air Force the replacement for Air Force One. Trump approved that in his first term. That's still being constructed. This is just something in the interim. So no, we didn't.
You know what?
Go ahead.
Hey, you got the right name for a motherfucker liking Trump. Doomsday. That's the right name. He got the right damn name for a Trump supporter.
Well, we know him as Straight Talk Commerce, so he believes.
Oh, that bald-headed motherfucker. Name, please.
What? You got a problem with Straight Talk? He likes to talk straight. He keeps it straight.
Man, I guess Doomsday falls in that category. Straight Talk, MAGA Reacts, and the handsome conservative on some issues. All of them. Top-notch assholes. All of them.
Well, while you're mentioning the handsome conservative, he is on Clapper, and he's mentioning deflection topics. He's saying which party runs on abortion, the unaliving of unborn children. It's not us. Now, I suppose he's using that as a reference to Trump indicating Democrats want to kill everybody. I don't know, but that's not exactly what we're talking about.
He got a lot of motherfucking nerves when he said put troops on the ground. As a conservative wants the war in Iran.
In defense of handsome conservative, he's kind of right. The only way you're going to truly beat Iran is to put troops on the ground and go gung ho, just like when H.W. Bush attacked Iraq, Desert Shield, Desert Storm in the early 90s, and he left without going to Baghdad, we had to deal with Saddam Hussein later on. So while I don't favor Putin boots on the ground, I think the whole damn war was optional and unnecessary. The only way you're going to truly be done with Iran is for Trump to do what Handsome Conservative is doing. The problem is it's going to come with a bunch of American casualties, which is why Trump is not doing it.
Well, okay, suppose you're right. Why would you announce this and put the troops in danger? If you got plans to put troops on the ground, then you go ahead and do that. But you don't put it on True Social and make speeches about it so that the other country can prepare for this. That's he always telling shit in advance. These countries have got time to prepare. And between Ukraine and Iran, they have shown the rest of the world that you can fight bigger countries.
Yeah,
you can do this.
Well,
So
you can fight bigger countries if the bigger countries fight back in a limited way. I mean, if we fought Iran like Israel is fighting its enemies, it would be over with for Iran. I mean, Israel is basically carpet bombing. If we'd done that to Iran, they would not survive.
But the thing about Iran is this: they're playing better. They're smarter than us because they're not going to attack us. They attack the other countries because of us. Yeah. And what does that do? That's a smart move. Okay, we're not going to beat you. Okay, you guys got it. But I tell you what, all these other little countries around here, we're going to bomb the shit out until you leave us alone.
Well, that's because Iran knows, unlike Netanyahu, Iran knows Trump does not have the full control or support of his people. Iran knows that Trump cannot do what Netanyahu did to Gaza. It's not going to be allowed for Trump to do that to Iran. We're not going to allow Trump to send troops and just decimate that nation like that, like what Netanyahu did. But if Trump had the power of Netanyahu over in America like that, we would be done with Iran pretty quick. I mean, just basically wipe out everything in sight. That's kind of and take land. I mean, that's what Israel's doing. They're wiping out everything in sight and they're taking their land as well.
Tim, this man hasn't obeyed the Supreme Court, district courts, or anything. The Congress, the Senate, nothing. You don't think that if he wanted to, he can just go over to give an order and do what he wants to do to Iran?
He's obeyed them in some areas, like birthright citizenship. Birthright citizenship is a perfect example. He hasn't disobeyed them.
He's not done with that.
But he's not breaking their order. He's trying to find other legitimate ways around it.
Not yet. When he needs a diversion, believe he's gonna go right to that.
Okay. Well,
right now he's working on another diversion.
I'll just say this, and I do got to move it on, but I'll just say this before I let you go. Trump wants to put boots on the ground and make his threats a reality. I think the only thing that's stopping him is, like I said, he knows the country. Not only would it destroy his legacy and he would be responsible for the deaths of thousands of Americans, I just don't think he is being told, even by the likes of Hegseth and Rubio, that that's a smart idea to do. I think that he himself, if it was just left up to him, he would put as many U.S. soldiers' lives at risk as possible to meet his objective. But he knows the rest of the country is not behind it. I don't even think MAGA's not even behind it. That would be something that he would do that even MAGA would be like, no, we don't want this, because a lot of conservatives are in the military, so they would die too.
I think this. Come November, if they don't take the losses that they're supposed to take, come December there'll be soldiers on the ground in Iran. But that's what I'm saying. If he
wait, what do you mean by the losses that they're supposed to take?
I'm saying that as far as in the elections, if the Republicans come out,
if the Republicans win the midterms, we're going to have boots on the ground, is what you're saying.
Exactly. Not even win. If they just don't take all the casualties that everybody's saying that they're going to take, there will be boots on the ground in December.
That's a hell of a statement. I got to move it on, but we certainly will end up talking about that again. So you're saying if it's not a blue wave, if they don't lose as bad as the analysts are saying, they're going to put boots on the ground. That, to me, that's just another reason to make sure there's a blue wave. I didn't see the rest of that name. El Papi, thank you for coming through.
All right, thank you.
That's How many of you folks agree with that? Is there anybody who agree with that? That if there is not a blue wave, let's say the Republicans maintain control of Congress and the Senate, that they're going to go ahead and put boots on the ground? Wow. I see several folks are saying yes. Shit, then that couldn't get a better reason to vote blue. You want to go to war? Wow, I haven't seen anybody on TikTok say no to that. Looking in the comments here, tap the screen. You thought I was an asshole. Now, just wait, buddy. Said handsome conservative. What are you suggesting, Mr. Conservative? By the way, tap the screen, get us up to 40,000. Help your boy out with the hat and mustache, TikTok cap goals. Feel free to share the live if you will. Unspoken Love says yes, he wouldn't have a choice. I don't know. You think it's that many conservatives that want to put boots on the ground? I don't know. Doomsday, good evening. Do you agree with that?
No, you have the dumbest audience on TikTok. I mean, I hate to be that guy, but Jesus.
What have you heard that's dumb?
It's going to be a red wave, so we'll get to find this out.
You're the guy.
We're going to sweep you in the midterms, and we'll find out how dumb Poppy is.
Aren't you the same guy that said gas was going to be like $2 a gallon towards the end of May?
Let me forget it. And by the way, where is it? Where's it headed? I was off by a few weeks.
A few fucking weeks.
We are at $63 a barrel. It's going down. And you're the one. Listen. Do you know how many meme coins there are?
No, I do not.
You own Trump about having a meme coin about this crypto. How many?
He's the fucking president, Doomsday. He is the president. I don't know. Give me the answer.
11 million. 11 million meme coins out there. It is like baseball cards. People buy them. You want to stop baseball card collection, Tim? What about lottery tickets?
How about not having no, that ain't what I'm saying, dude. What I'm saying is we don't want a president running his own businesses while passing laws in relation to that.
He has nothing.
Who's running his businesses? Who's running his businesses?
His sons. How many times do you have to be told? They're in a blind trust.
No, they're not. It's not a blind trust is when you don't know who's running it. You know who's running it.
No, it's when you can't have any contact about it.
You really believe that?
I can sign over. Yes, I do. Because they have to do it.
You really believe that his children are not.
Who ran Obama's businesses? Who ran Clinton's businesses?
You really believe his children are not talking?
Answer the question. Who ran it for Biden? Who ran his businesses?
They had. Well, Biden don't have all the businesses that Trump has.
Yes, he does. He has investments. Biden's did not. Biden's are the only Democrats that didn't come into office totally broke. Obama's broke as shit when they came into office. They're $200-400 million after that.
So Trump makes $2.2 billion in one single year, and you say what?
He isn't even close. He isn't even close to the billionaire that makes the most money. I mean, it's embarrassing.
That ain't what I'm asking you. Trump makes $2.2 billion in a single year while running the country, and you're saying that's all legit.
Yes.
Yet during his entire life, hold on, wait a minute. During his hang on, let me finish what I'm saying. No, I wasn't done with what I was saying before you started talking over. Out of his entire 79 prior years, how close has he came to making $2.2 billion in 1 year?
What does that mean?
Why is he making so much more money as president?
He made $1 billion. What I'm saying, again, are you saying that he's not allowed to make billions of dollars?
No, I'm saying that we can see what's going on.
Hold on. We can solve this very easy.
Sure.
Just please tell me where the fraud is. Tell me what he did to commit fraud. What's the fraud?
The fraud
should be easy.
The fraud is him passing laws that are beneficial to the business he's running. Hold on. Here's a good example. I'm trying to explain
with
it to you.
specificity.
I'm trying to explain it to you. You asking questions and not giving.
I have a specific question.
Okay, you're not giving me time to answer the last question. Go ahead. What's your question?
You tell me what law he's passed that he is privately benefiting from. You're making all these accusations, and you're getting people all wound up. And you have nothing, zero. All you guys do are sour asses. You are sad that it isn't you. I get it. You want a president that's broke as shit, or do you want a president that is creating wealth?
Okay.
Which one?
Well, first of all, I'm not for certain he's creating wealth for anybody but himself. And I'll tell you why.
Okay,
I don't know. His cryptocurrency, most of the investors in this cryptocurrency, they lost money. He the one that's making all the money. They're not making a ton of money.
Investors in cryptocurrency lose money.
What?
It is a speculative thing. Yes, 99.9%.
So where's the wealth he's creating?
Stop.
So where's the wealth? You said he's creating wealth. Where's that wealth at?
He's creating it for himself. If I make a t-shirt,
Right,
and
exactly.
I sell that t-shirt, Tim, if I make a t-shirt and I sell that t-shirt, you're out $25. I make the $25.
Okay.
You understand?
Right.
So what's the problem with
The
that?
problem is this guy has a lengthy history of saying crypto is a fraud and all this shit.
The problem is you're broke. You're mad you're broke.
You asking?
You big ass are not president. You want to be in the scam, and
No.
you ain't. And he doesn't owe you any money.
At least you called it a scam. Finally, we getting somewhere. At least you are calling it a scam. That guy is a legend. Hold on. No, that guy is that guy is allegedly a great businessman. Yet all of the time, hold on. Let me finish what I'm saying. This guy who's been a great businessman his entire adult life, the minute he becomes president and he is no longer controlling his businesses and it's in a blind trust, as you say, that's when all the money is being made. He wasn't doing shit.
He was a billionaire when he came into office.
He was not making 2.2 fucking billion in 1 year. He hadn't made that out of his whole 70-some years combined. He hadn't earned that.
Yeah. Well, ask Elon how he's done in the last 2 years.
Well, it's the same thing.
Ask Elon how he's done in the last 4. Ask Bill Gates how he's done in the last 5.
You gave them access to our fucking country is why they're all doing well. You give I could give straight talk. I hear you talking finance all the time. If I gave you a department like Doge to run yourself, you're gonna tell me
how much did Elon make from Doge?
We will never know because we don't know what he took from it.
No, but you won't stop talking. You won't know, but you won't stop talking.
Let me ask you a simple question.
I'm glad you admit you don't know.
Let me ask you a simple question. If you were given a department like Doge where you had access to personal information of gazillions of Americans, how much you think you could make with that?
None.
You wouldn't make no money.
The only way I would do it is for the same reason Elon did. He gets tired of giving up tax money to people like you who then don't even want to investigate the theft of it. That's what bugs me.
Okay.
I wouldn't care, you guys yapping all the time, if you would just allow the theft to be investigated. That's what kills me. You want all these SNAP benefits, but you don't want to let me be sure the right people are getting the money.
It's interesting.
Fuck you for that.
It's interesting you were talking about being investigated. Oddly enough, Elon controls Doge and all of his businesses that were being investigated. Suddenly, that ain't happening no more. He was being investigated.
He is always, listen, dude, stop with the lies. He is always under investigation. People accuse them of stuff all the time.
And under Trump,
sometimes
right.
It actually uncovers actual theft.
And under Trump, all them investigations went away. That's free. Look, you can try to make it sound like.
How many times have you caught him stealing? How many times?
Trump has canceled everything every investigation concerning Elon has gotten bullshit.
There are more investigations.
Bullshit. No, there's not. Trump's DOJ has canceled. In fact, even his own family could commit tax fraud, and they can't. Let me ask you a question. Let me ask you this question. Let me ask you a question. You're just rambling on. How the hell did Trump's family get excluded from being audited by the IRS or investigated? They weren't even on charges. How does his family get cleared
They're
for it?
not.
Yeah, they are.
They're not excluded from it.
They are excluded.
No, they're not. They have had audits before. Didn't find anything. And by the way,
You're wrong
that's
on
up for
that.
the IRS to do. What?
You're wrong on that.
No, I'm not.
Yeah, you are. That was part of the DOJ's deal, is that the IRS can no longer audit Trump or his family forever. How the hell did his family get? How does his family? Why is his family even in
it's
it?
part of a settle. Do you know why? Do you know why? You're right. Do you know why that is? Because it's part of a settlement. You guys tried to break the law and tried to investigate them illegally.
They didn't investigate his family. They did not investigate his family. His family was no. You are completely wrong. His family was not investigated. How do they benefit from something that happened to him? His family wasn't investigated by the IRS. His taxes got leaked.
Eric and Don most certainly were. You don't even know half of what you're talking about.
This whole thing is in regards to his taxes being leaked by the IRS that he was in control of. It was his IRS.
And who is attached to that? And by the way, you say his taxes being leaked like it didn't really matter.
It was his IRS, straight talk. He was in control of the IRS. Yeah, it was.
His IRS.
Bullshit.
No.
Yes. When his taxes were leaked, he was president.
Oh my God.
You're just wrong.
No, I'm not. No, I am not. And the way
who was president?
Who
was president?
What circus do you work for?
Who was president? I don't work for the Doomsday Cartel. Who was president when his taxes was leaked?
Him.
You didn't answer the question. You didn't answer the question.
You're not letting me answer the question.
Okay, who was president when his taxes got leaked?
It's ridiculous for you to. You gonna keep interrupting me?
I'm trying to get an answer.
No, you're not. You're trying to interrupt my answer to you.
Take your time and answer.
So how about you shut up for a second and let me
because
tell
you're feeding me a load of bullshit and my stomach is grumbling. Go ahead, man. Talk. Give me the answer. Give me the answer. Give me the answer.
So you're saying that Trump has an IRS and Biden has an IRS and Obama has an IRS. Is that what you're saying?
That's exactly.
Well, guess what? None of them are supposed to have an IRS. None of them. So how the fuck do we have Obama's IRS, Biden's IRS? The United States of America has an IRS, dum-dum.
What you're saying makes you sound fucking stupid. Just like you guys said Biden's you guys were saying Biden's weaponized.
Supposed to be
you just talking.
Political.
You guys were saying Biden's weaponized DOJ the whole time. I never heard you say you didn't say Biden doesn't have a DOJ.
IRS, it turns it into a political machine.
You didn't say Biden doesn't have. Look, let me ask you something before we end up moving on, because we're not going to agree on that. You're trying to say the guy hasn't done anything wrong.
You're sitting here acting like you guys.
No, you acting like this guy ain't done nothing wrong. A politician making $2.2 billion, and he hasn't made that kind of money his whole fucking life.
I want you to tell me what he did wrong. I want you to show me where he did something wrong. Shut the fuck up.
I'm talking to a fucking idiot. It's hard to keep quiet. Listen to this statement, and then we'll talk.
You got a mirror over there or something. You got a mirror over there?
I must do, because I look like, when I look in it, I look like straight talk. Listen to this goddamn statement.
Close your churches in this country. They go communist, and they're trying to. They will kill your people, and that's what they're about. They want to end religion. They have to end religion because their ideology doesn't work. If you have strong religion, people like you that are so incredible and love our country so much and love God. This is the greatest threat to our country since its founding, in my opinion, 250 years ago. What's happening right now?
Why is he saying the Democrats want to close churches and all this shit?
Yeah, I didn't hear the word Democrat. You cut
who the hell do you think he's talking? He said it's the greatest threat to our country. Who the hell do you think he's talking about?
Communists.
Right.
Are you going to argue that communists want religion? Is that what your argument is?
Who in this country?
I did not hear the word Democrat. My point to you, I didn't hear the word Democrat in there. I heard communist. That's what I heard.
So what communists are he? Who's running for president as a communist? Who is he talking about? Give me a name.
I don't know who he's talking about.
Right.
He's talking about communists.
So
I don't know if he's talking.
So what
about
is he
anyone
doing? Making? So he's
Listen,
just making
let
up
me ask you a
shit.
question. You would not have these questions if you would play those excerpts you play in context. Try doing it in context.
I got
Then you won't
to.
have to look so fucking
I'll
confused.
give you even more of it. You gotta help me make this,
Please.
make it make sense.
It's very
Stop
easy to
cutting him
say.
off.
It destroys everything, but it's very easy. I'll be honest, I think I'd be the greatest communist in history. I give free rent.
Communist.
Ladies and gentlemen, from now on, you don't have to pay any rent. From now on, anybody wants a house, don't worry about it. Just pick the house you want. Everybody gets free food. Everything is free from this point forward.
What country on earth does all
Where's
that?
Democrats? Where did he say
No.
Democrats?
What country on earth?
No. I want to hear where you heard Democrats. I heard communists. Where did you hear
Okay, so
Democrats?
if the opposing party is Democrats, who is he talking about? Where
He's
are
talking
they?
about communists. Damn, he told you.
But
He told you he's talking
but
about.
he's making up, if based on what you're saying, if what you're saying is true, then he's making up fake adversaries. Where are all these communists that's threatening to
You
do
don't
this?
think there's communists?
Give me some names.
You don't think
Give
that
me
there's
some
communists?
names. Give me some names.
Communists are fake?
Give me some names.
Of communists?
Yeah, some names of communists in this country that are trying to run and do that stuff. Give me some names. Where is he getting this
he's
from?
talking in Tim, he's talking in a hypothetical. If you allow
So he's
communists
making up
to
shit.
come in, Mamdani is a communist.
No, he's not.
Mamdani, that's a good one.
No, he's
Yes,
not.
He is.
He's never
He
claimed.
says he's not, but I think he's a communist.
Okay, so
Don't you think he's communist?
well, we think this dude is Hitler, so we can think anyway.
Okay.
Right.
He thinks that Mamdani's a communist, and he thinks Mamdani is going to ruin the country if he's allowed to continue doing what he's doing.
So Mamdani is talking about closing churches. Who is he
communists are.
talking about? That's what I'm saying. Mamdani ain't talking about closing a church.
You are not. Listen.
Who is he talking about?
I don't know. I just told you. You said he was talking about Democrats. He didn't say Democrats once. So obviously you're confused.
So
Obviously
I
you know what the
am
fuck you're talking
very
about.
confused. I don't know
Yeah,
who. Okay, let me ask you this. Give me a name of somebody in this country that's talking about closing churches. Where is he getting this from?
Tim, I mean, I don't know that there's anybody talking about closing
So
churches.
yeah,
but I do know
in
that
other words, this dude is.
I do know that there are communists that do not want churches. They want to tax the churches.
Give
or
me a
get rid of them
name. Give me
completely.
some names. Who are you talking about? Give me a.
No,
Give
it's
me
an
a.
do you know what communism is?
Well, according to Trump, communism is countries that give you everything for free. What? Give me a country that does that. He's just making up shit. He's just literally making up shit to the point where you defending him and you can't even answer this stuff. Give me a country that gives you everything
You're
for
the
free.
one lying
Give
about
me
who
a
he's
country.
talking about.
Give me a country.
Oh,
No, hold on. Let me
You
finish.
are
No,
sitting here
give me
talking
a. No,
about
you're not.
me, and you said he
Give
said
me a
Democrats.
country. Give me
You
a
thought
country
he was
that gives
talking
you.
about Democrats.
Give me a country that gives you everything for free. What country is he talking about?
Any communist country.
Name one.
If they're communist.
Name one.
There are no communist countries according to communists.
No, I'm asking you. Where?
He's talking about communism.
Okay.
Communism purports that the government owns everything and will dole out to the people.
Name a
But
country
you're not this
that.
stupid.
What
You're
country
way too old
does
to be this
that?
stupid.
What country does that on Earth?
Okay,
What
yeah.
country does that?
But hold on, no country does.
So
this.
he's making
And
up
you know
shit.
why? Oh my God, motherfucker!
You just you won't admit this motherfucker is crazy. He's making
No,
up shit.
you're the one crazy.
I'm asking you.
He's not crazy.
Name
You
a
are
country.
crazy.
Name a country that does all
Actually,
this.
You're worse than crazy.
Name a country that
You
does
have
all
flipped
this.
the script. You have gone into
I'm
non-reality
just
in order to make it
I'm
work.
trying to get you to educate me.
If you never learned about communism,
I've never learned any communist country that gives you everything for free. No, I have
because
not.
they don't exist, do they?
So he's lying.
Communism doesn't exist.
So
does it?
no, the way he's describing it, it doesn't exist. He's lying.
No, yes, I totally agree with you. We agree.
Okay.
It's not possible. Communism, the way that communists in this country want it, has never been achieved.
So
We
finally,
all know
you've
that.
admitted, after all of this time we've been talking, all these times you said you never heard Trump lie, you're finally admitting he's lying now.
No.
You just
No.
did it.
He
You
is
just did it.
100% correct.
No, okay, name me a country that gives you everything for free.
None. I just said that. But doesn't mean that they don't have the desire to do that. Take over the means of production, give its citizens whatever. But it doesn't exist. Why do you think it's so attractive to idiots like you?
So then what you're basically saying is communist countries don't give you everything for free.
Because they don't exist, but they'll tell you they're going to.
You just sound like you're making up shit just to make up shit.
You sound like you just arrived on this planet from dumb fuck.
I gotta listen.
I mean, seriously.
I'll give you an E. I'll give you an E.
Just beamed down to this planet from Planet Retard.
I'll give you an E for. I'll give you an E for effort. I'll leave it at that. There is no country on earth. You are admitting. By the way, he said they want to kill people too. Who's doing that? Close churches. What communist country closes? Did you not hear all the stuff he said?
Have you ever heard of Pol Pot, Idi Amin? Have you ever heard of communism, Mao Zedong? How many people did they kill in Russia trying to be communists? Are you that fucking stupid? Seriously, you guys, seriously.
I gotta go.
Audience, man.
I'll leave it like to me. That was in the past. You've done a better job defending Trump. You did terrible this time. I gotta go. I'll leave it at that.
You gotta be kidding me.
I'm not. Tap the screen, get the likes up to 50,000. He did. What the hell is this guy talking about? I'm talking about the president. What country gives you everything for free? Evil says, Tim, you guys are comical. You guys are very funny, man. This is like watching Saturday Night Live mixed with jackasses. Well, I appreciate you tuning in. Sometimes it gets heated. Straight Talk. I guess he's attempting to bring his A game. So be it. Anyway, tap the screen. To here is Gigi at the disrespect. I don't know what that means. Tim, get him, please, just once. Tomorrow, let me go back to the box. Tap the screen, get us up to 50,000, if you will. We'll go straight to Mike, the boss. Good evening, Mike. North Korea. Somebody says North Korea. North Korea don't give you all that shit Trump was talking about. North Korea, the people are starving over there. They're not doing all that stuff. Mike, good evening.
Man, can you I almost spent the galaxy to shut that bullshit off.
Well, listen, he's a passionate viewer. We don't agree on shit, but whoa, Blue One Banks, I appreciate that. Thank you very much. Wow, appreciate that. So no, listen. Now he's saying Trump is not talking about Democrats, he's talking about communists. But you're seeing him he was on short supply when I asked him then who the hell are all these communists? If you're not calling the Democrat Party communist, then who are you talking about? Now, do you see it like I do, Mike, that to me, Trump is saying the Democrats and the communists are one and the same, despite what Straight Talk was trying to say?
Yeah, well, listen, Tim, it's fascism. It's just the tenets of fascism. This is what Schmittler did. This is exactly what Schmittler did. You know, this is literally out of the playbook. And it's people like Straight Talk that he wants to make money. He wants to make money and be a personality so bad with his Megyn Kelly smelling ass that he just gets up here and he regurgitates that bullshit. Look.
Megyn Kelly, by the way, Megyn Kelly's been in the news a lot, but go ahead.
It's literally out of the fascism playbook, all of this shit, and he knows it. That's why he doesn't want to talk to anybody. That's why he doesn't want to talk to anybody, and he plays around with you because you'll play with him, right? You'll play with him, and you'll let him tell you to shut the fuck up and motherfucker and all of that shit that he says, but it's all good, but he's wrong, and he knows he's wrong.
He's very wrong. I mean, he's like gangster grandma just on the other side of the aisle when it comes to the insults. I get that, but I'm 100% in agreement with you. He's totally wrong on this stuff. But let me ask you this way: based on hearing him speak, do you think he believes what he's saying, or do you think he's just trolling?
No, I think he believes a lot of what he's saying because he's an atypical racist. He is a poster child for this shit. He just feels emboldened to say it because of the current political climate. You know how long he's been wanting to get on somewhere public and say the shit he's saying? This is why they worship Donald Trump. They've been waiting for a time to say this shit. Where else can he say it? Where else can he say this shit? You think he's walking outside or he's talking this shit? He's not doing this shit anywhere else.
Well, I mean, probably in his own circles he could do it.
You know what, Tim? And if he is, it's just other people just like him.
Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying. In an echo chamber, he could do it. I mean, that's kind of
But then, guess what they despise? Guess what they despise? Guess what they talk about all the time?
Right.
Echo chambers. If you want an echo chamber,
well, the hypocrisy is wild. I mean, I played a clip earlier.
Crazy.
Yeah, I played a clip earlier of Don Jr. during his campaign, during Trump's campaign, talking about the corruption with Hunter Biden and all of that. Now that his brothers, his dad, and all of them are making money, the right is completely silent on that. Now my last guest, Straight Talk, he's trying to suggest somehow, some way that Trump making $2.2 billion in one single year is legit. I don't even know. Listen, I knew he was going to defend Trump, but I'm surprised he would take it that far.
Why? Him? Tim, listen, what surprises me is that you continue to be surprised. I'm going to say it again. What surprises me is that you continue to be surprised. With all of these people, you got to understand.
I mean, Straight Talk literally gets on his own program and talks finances. I mean, how many successful businessmen on the planet make over $1 billion annually? You know, Trump made $2.2 billion. How many, even out of the most successful businessmen in this country and in other countries, how many of them are making over $1 billion in 1 year? I mean, so to try to defend that as somehow being legit and nothing's wrong with that, it shocked me that he didn't at least say, yeah, that seems like a lot. Because even Bill O'Reilly was on Cuomo last night, and Bill O'Reilly is not only a Trump supporter, he's a longtime friend of President Trump. And even he indicated, yeah, we might need to change this. He tried to throw Pelosi and Hunter Biden into it, but even he came up and said, yeah, we need to do something about this. I mean, the guy made $2.2 billion in one fucking year, and he has 3 more of them that we got to deal with this in.
Well, and I'm going to say this. Fuck Bill O'Reilly, too. Fuck Megyn Kelly, too. They knew what it was, Tim. They all knew what it was before it started. Every last one of them that sit on, and here's why we know that to be true. They tell us they have more access to this information and they know him personally. They know who he is, Tim. Yeah. They've all understood it. Now they're looking for a soft landing, like a lot of these MAGAs that are jumping off the train now. How many times are you scrolling on TikTok where you see a MAGA saying, you know, that they're coming out of the cold? They now realize the error of their ways. You're seeing more and more of that shit, aren't you?
Yeah, but I mean, for the obvious reason, I mean, Trump is not really doing much for the American people. There's only so much you can feast off of. The border is closed and girls can't play against boys in sports. That's not helping the average American at all. If you live in West Virginia, hearing that the border is closed and you don't have to worry about girls playing against boys, that ain't doing nothing for your kitchen table issue. So he's just not doing a lot for the average American that voted for him.
And what I'm trying to tell you, Tim, it never did, and they knew that. They were just happy of seeing cruelty put amongst other people. It was never about.
Well, I disagree. I disagree. I think that when Trump. Let me tell you what. When Trump said short-term pain for long-term gain, they believe that. Okay, right now it's he's going after the people we think are bad for the country, and that's preventing him from doing what he needs to do with the economy and getting everything else on track. We understand that.
No.
That's how I'm go ahead.
But that wasn't the timeline, Tim. That wasn't the timeline.
What do you mean?
The be patient was after the election. The cruelty to people is what he ran on. They knew what it was, Tim. They knew what the percentages were of transgender children playing in sports. They knew the percentage was before they voted.
Yeah, but they did not believe that Trump's economic numbers would not be that much better than Biden's. They didn't expect gas to go up to $4 a gallon. They didn't expect us to have a war with Iran. He did a bunch of things they didn't expect.
But what I'm telling you, Tim, he did some things they didn't expect because they thought he would focus that cruelty on those people that he pointed out. See, this is the part that you keep glossing over. They knew that his hate, that cruelty and hatred was pointed to Haitians and Venezuelans and those shithole countries. They love that shit. They loved all of that shit. They don't give a fuck about reality, because when Biden was in office, the numbers that Donald Trump was talking about was bullshit anyway, and they believed it. They believed that Biden's economy was worse than it was. They didn't give a fuck about facts. Come on, Tim. They never gave a fuck, and they still don't. Because guess what? Trump's economy is worse than Biden's economy was then. And they still, let me, now I don't know if you heard this before. If anybody heard this on this app, just put a 1 in the comments. I heard a guy 2 days ago, this is what he said, Tim.
Okay.
I used to pay $50 to fill up my tank. Now I pay $80. Trump has allowed me to put more in my tank. Did anybody hear that shit?
I think I did get it. I think somebody mentioned that to me. That's crazy. I mean, but you don't think all MAGA is that fucking stupid though, do you?
I don't think all of them are not either. And see, here's the problem. They say 70, listen, Tim, at the end of the day, we really have to take a step back and stop saying, do we really think they're all that, and ask ourselves, are they really all that fucking stupid? I don't know why we give Trump, the administration, and his supporters any benefit of the doubt, Tim. They've sat there and they've obfuscated amongst the pedophilia. They don't even ask about the other 3 million files anymore. They've obfuscated about the gas.
What is he doing? Then I want to ask you, what is he doing to make them obfuscate to that degree? But before you answer that, 2 things I want to read. Handsome Conservative says, sorry to disappoint you. Straight Talk is not wrong. He has a different opinion than you. Handsome Conservative, we're going to have to hash that out. I vehemently disagree. Evil, hang on. Evil says, Tim, you can even get MAGA Reacts up there and he would still look stupid. I think MAGA Reacts would make choke mouth commerce look dumb. I don't think MAGA Reacts would even defend some of the stuff that Straight Talk was doing. He says, hey, Tim, make sure you fix your live feed is buffering. Go ahead, Mike. I'm listening.
Well, but here's the thing, Tim. They don't even give a fuck about saying the quiet part out loud. He didn't pass the housing bill. He doesn't give a fuck about it. He said as much. I mean, the unemployment rate isn't any better. Groceries aren't any better. The housing market, nothing is. What the fuck is better? But Trump said they're getting rich. Hey, everybody's making money off of this. Isn't that what he said?
He did say it.
He doesn't even give a fuck about his own supporters anymore. But what he knows he can lean in on, Tim, that's why he brings up the communism and the Marxism and the socialism. He leans back in on hate because he knows they will eat that shit the fuck up.
But I'm actually just like every time. But that's one thing I'm wondering is why the hell do people believe that America just has a sea of communists floating around? I mean, there is not one single Democrat running for election really anywhere in this country, even at the lower levels, that are calling themselves a communist. Where is all this communist talk coming from?
They say it's fascism, Tim. Here's what I want you to do. You keep asking this same fucking pedantic ass question, and I want you to just put the 14 tenets of fascism on the screen. And every time these motherfuckers mention something, I want you to turn around and check that shit off. That shit Megyn Kelly was talking about, or Donald Trump talking about religion and government. Now they're trying to intertwine religion and government, right, Tim?
Yeah.
Is that what they're doing?
When you say Megyn Kelly, now she's the one that said go to fuck back to Haiti, and she's the one who's attacking Haitians. But how are you saying what Megyn Kelly is doing is fascism? Trump is more understandable. When you look at what is her name, Stacey Abrams or whatever, when you look at her, because she got a list. Yeah, Trump is meeting all 14, but what is Megyn Kelly doing?
Disdain for human rights while seeking purity and cleansing for those they define as part of the nation. Get the fuck out.
Yeah.
Right? So get the fuck out. You black and brown motherfuckers is the 5th tenet of fascism. See, and Tim, I told you, everything they say, you can align to one of these 14 tenets of fascism. If you were an investigator investigating a criminal case,
okay,
you investigate and you tie things back, right? That's what you do. Okay. You build a case. Every time they speak, you can build a case that this is a fascistic movement. And again, in order for it to work, you need followers. You need believers that are willing to do the unthinkable in the name of their religion. That's how you get them there. That's how you make the movement happen. Well, they're at the religious part now.
Yeah.
Now they're talking about forcing in Texas.
Yeah.
You gotta be required to read the Bible. Now they're talking now Donald Trump's talking about religion. The motherfucker said he wasn't a Christian.
Yeah.
What are we talking about? Again, but all he has to do is say it, and these people that follow him will go, "You damn right." And they're being manipulated while they continue to extract the resources. They're not doing anything.
You know what
different
this
here.
sound like? You know this. I think it was you or somebody else who made this statement that, and it's racism related. You know, if you can convince them that they're higher than the lowest of them is higher than the highest black man or something like that. You can rip them off, and that to me that does fit what Trump is doing. Is if I can convince them that there's a legitimate boogeyman, I can just literally rip off the country. Just keep them scared of something. Last go round it was immigrants and transgender. This go round is communists. As long as I can convince them that something else is more dangerous, they'll turn the blind eye. Because before I let you continue, Bill O'Reilly made a great statement on Cuomo yesterday when he was not defending Trump. Because Cuomo asked him, like, what the hell's going on? And Bill O'Reilly said, what I think it is if they believe that what Trump is delivering is so great for this country, it's such a breath of fresh air that they'll overlook this 2.2 billion or whatever. So he could go ahead and keep grifting and robbing all he wants if they believe he is saving them from trans everywhere or unknown immigrants flowing all over the country or the country becoming socialist and communist. That's a much greater achievement, and they'll just overlook whatever he's doing financially. I actually agree with Bill O'Reilly 100% on that.
That's fascism. He's right. But here's the thing. But he's part of the fucking problem because he's fed into it this entire time. Check this out, Tim. Check this out. Corporate power is protected and labor power is suppressed. Isn't that what's going on right now?
Yeah.
Huh?
But that's what the right does all the time. The right is pro-corporation, and they're not for the little guy. I mean, that could go back to Bush, Reagan, or anybody.
They've always been part of this fascistic movement, Tim. You're actually proving my point. They just finally found the biggest clown and the biggest narcissist and devil they could find to do the unthinkable. That's who the president is.
I think they found the biggest. I think they found the most successful conservative they've ever had. Well, he's not a conservative, but the most successful leader of the conservative party they've ever had. He is. We can talk about some of those tenets of fascism being present in other politicians, but yeah, he's far more successful because of the capitulation.
If you call Mussolini successful,
I'm talking about in this country.
I'm just saying.
Yeah.
No, I'm just. But he's the same thing. But I'm just not afraid to say it because again, Tim, everything we're watching right now. And by the time this is done, this is a sad thing. If Democrats do win, when it really hits in the next 18 months, they'll forget when it happened. And they'll just lay it at the feet of the next Democratic administration.
Do you think that if, let's say the Democrats do succeed the way almost all political analysts are claiming, it's going to be this blue wave or whatever, do you think Trump is just going to let them rise to power?
They're going to try to fight it.
Yeah.
They're 100% going to try to fight it. And here's the thing. Because there's no going back at this point, Tim. There's no going back at this point. They want this. Straight Talks Commerce wants this. And here's the thing. They don't even know what they really want because they think just because, Paul Mooney made this one joke. I don't know if you ever remember this. Paul Mooney said he was downtown LA one time and he was outside and he saw a homeless guy and the homeless guy was asked.
You might get a call. I think Mike has got it.
Sorry about that.
Go ahead.
Sorry about that. And he said, what a total waste of white skin. Right?
What?
Because the guy was homeless.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
And what he's saying is, in this country, and this is the problem, like people like Straight Talk, and that they believe that all of this happening at this level is a protection for them. And it's not. They don't give a fuck about them. They don't give a fuck about Straight Talks. See, they all think I'm racist. They don't listen. If you're not in the 1% white people, these motherfuckers don't give a fuck about you. You think they do, and you're part of the problem because you think you're protected by this bull. They don't care. They don't care. They care about the 1%. They care about enriching themselves. And then there's a subsection of these people that want the cruelty and love the cruelty, but they don't care.
Well, there is a slight pushback. While I agree the Trump administration is only concerned about him and a few people that surround him, I do believe if they get their way, the other 99% will not all be treated equal. So the remaining portion of the population, there's still people in that population that will benefit.
Let me tell you this. I'm gonna say this, and I want your honest answer. If you had all 60 million black people in one place, and you had a row of 2 million white people protecting us, do you think they would unalive those 2 million to get to the 60? Come on, Tim.
Wait a minute. You're saying if they got 60 million African Americans in one place and they want to kill them all?
And they wanted to unalive us, but there were 2 million white people standing in the way. What would they do to those 2 million white people, Tim?
Well, they would be N-word lovers, first of all, so they would qualify.
What would they do to them, Tim?
They would be, well, I don't believe they would want to kill 60 million black people, Mike. I don't.
What would they do, Tim?
Let me answer your question as honest as I can answer it. If we had a group of hateful white supremacists like the Klan or somebody, and they wanted to get to a large group of black people, and there was a smaller group of white people preventing them from doing that, the white people would be just as much targets. I've mentioned this many times. They're called N-word lovers. If they're trying to get white people who fight on behalf of minority causes are just as much of an enemy or a traitor or committing treason to them as the people they're going after. So they would be called N-word. But I don't see the Trump administration being the one that would take out 60 million black people.
Okay, perfect. So you remember that analogy that I read that J.D. Vance said about the garden? And sometimes in the course of getting rid of the inhospitable things in your garden, you're going to lose some of the good things. You remember that shit I read to you?
Yeah, I remember.
So that was the analogy, but what did I just say? What did you just say?
I don't think that analogy, I don't put that analogy in this context. You really think that? Wait, hold on. You really think the Trump administration just has pure hatred towards black people?
Yes. I don't know what. And here's the problem. Here's the problem, Tim. The fact that you haven't come to that conclusion yet, that's going to be your downfall. You keep fucking with these people.
Well, no, because listen. Okay, listen, it's a difference between hatred and not seeing them as equal. Yeah, I do think with the DEI, the words of Charlie Kirk and all this stuff, I can see where I would agree the Trump administration does not see everyone as equal. Certainly when it comes to immigrants, they don't see immigrants as equal. Even if you're a 100% legit legal immigrant, they don't see equal among everybody. But not seeing people as equal and now going to the point where you're talking about trying to kill and hating people, I think that's a higher level. You think they would try to deliberately off people of color?
Absolutely. As a matter of fact, I'm going to prove my point right here. What does Steve Miller say?
The border is closed. He said the border is closed.
No, not that. Steve Miller said we need 100. We need and want 100 million people that look like me in this country. That's it. That's Donald Trump.
But that don't mean he's going to exercise a final solution to get that.
That's what their books. That's what their writings say, Tim. That's what their words say, Tim. That's what they say publicly, Tim.
Okay.
Matter of fact, hold on. Let me get this shit off. Like you let this dumb motherfucker before me get that shit off. That's what all the far right groups that support them say, Tim.
How much resistance from MAGA would they get if they did something like that? Because I'm sure there's a lot of MAGA that don't want to implement the final solution on people of color. How much resistance from MAGA would they get if they did something like that?
How much did we get during chattel slavery?
Well, you got plenty. You had abolitionists. I mean, they actually. I mean, you've seen movies like Mississippi Burning. They were killing white people because they were against what was going on. Martin Luther King had a lot of white people joining him.
Back to my point I made 5 fucking minutes ago. The ones that will resist will be collateral damage. Tim, listen. If you think what I'm saying is a bridge too far, then you have to say that the smaller cost never happened. You have to say that Tulsa, that Black Wall Street didn't happen. You have to tell me every event that has happened in this country where they mass unalived us was bullshit. Otherwise, there's no argument. And people are just thinking we're in 2026. Well, we all know history repeats itself. So they're giving us every signal they possibly could that if they had their wish, why do you think they've been trying to do it legislatively, Tim? Why?
They're not trying.
Why is everything targeted? You think they're playing? They're trying to remove all of the protections out of the way so there's no protection for the atrocities because you can't do it with the protections. And then 2A will be next. Listen, this isn't a game. These people think this is a game. This isn't a game. And everything I said, I can point to their words or their writings. I'm not making none of this shit up.
Is
And
it,
anybody that these
is it
people
time
that on these
to, I got at least 4 or 5 friends that have left America. Is it time to leave?
No, it's time to push back.
Well, we're already pushing
It's time
back.
to vote. It's time to vote. It's time to continue to push back on them. When you said the other day, it's interesting that when you bring up conservatives on this panel, they don't want to talk to nobody else. You know why? Because they know it's true and they can't defend it. They can't defend this shit. Donald Trump, listen, Tim, they charged that 67-year-old man for the reflection pool with a fucking felony.
You're talking about trying to suggest that guy is the one that made the pool turn green?
Yes. And that man he was on a 64-mile bike ride and stopped because he does some sort of work on surfaces and stuff. I forgot what his title was. But anyway, and he lifted it up and showed it, and now they want to blame him.
Yeah,
Say
Trump is on the record saying you couldn't cut this thing with a knife, and then all of a sudden it turns green and he says somebody used the box cutter.
Listen, Tim, you guys, listen, people can they can pussyfoot around this. And I'm gonna say this before you let me go. By the way, thanks for all the gifts, y'all. Thanks, Instagram. I really appreciate that. I'm gonna say this before I go. And this is to my white brothers and sisters. The more you continue to tell us without reading that we're wrong or we're what, the moment you wake up, the headlights, you're gonna be facing headlights. And you're going to have to ask yourself, what did I do to protect my own people? Because if you're raising your children not to think like this, then you're leaving them to fend for themselves when your ass is gone. You're going to leave them to fight a battle your ass could have been fighting instead of standing on the sidelines watching. This isn't a fucking parade. This isn't a parade, Tim. This is not a parade. I know it sounds grim, but I'm listening to them. If they weren't saying this shit, they weren't writing this shit, then you can challenge me. But when I can read it, when I can go to their teachings, and when I can see people like Megyn Kelly and Stephen Miller and Donald Trump, even the motherfucking senator that said he was asked yesterday about the cost of goods, and he was talking about he's gonna on 4th of July he's gonna get him 2 large lobster tails and some great prime ribeyes. And enjoy
some of us are doing better than others. I gotta move it on. I do gotta move it on, but some of us are doing better than others.
I'm gonna say this last thing.
Real quick.
The fact that they're saying that out loud means they don't give a fuck about what you think. They're gonna continue to do this, and that's scary. And white people should be more offended than us. Because they don't give a fuck about you either. Because whoever voted for that man, that's what you voted for.
That is true. Mike, appreciate it. Tap the screen and get the likes on up to 70,000. This is depressing. And look, I'm willing to challenge any guest. You heard me challenge Straight Talk. I challenge a lot of folks that are on the left when they're saying things about Trump. I don't have a lot of challenge for what you just heard. I mean, look. I don't want to believe it, but it's like you're sitting in a detective's office, and the detective is telling you your wife is involved in a plot to take your life. She hired a hitman, and you're sitting there like, I've been with this woman 10, 20, 30 years. I don't want to believe this, but the detective is presenting evidence that is so overwhelming, similar to what Mike was just doing, that it's hard. Gangsta grandma, appreciate the love. It is difficult not to believe it. It is difficult to just it's impossible to just dismiss it because of all of the statements that has been coming from Trump and the likes of Trump that have been anything other than, just been anti people of color. But I really want to believe it wouldn't go all the way up to something resembling the final solution, because there's no way to even come close to that without us having a full-blown civil war in this country. In fact, I'll tell you this. If we end up winning the midterms 4 months from now, about 4 months from now, the midterms will happen. If the Democrats end up winning the midterms and Trump tries his best to disqualify the results or something, let's say he tries to do that and is successful. Let's say he gets Speaker of the House Mike Johnson to refuse to certify congressmen, and I don't know what is his name? The head of the Senate does the same thing. And Trump gets his way and actually disqualifies several Democratic congressmen and Democratic senators that everybody believes have won. I don't see how we don't get that. We don't get to a civil war if he does that. If the people genuinely know that the president subverted the will of the people and put in a Republican, and they know this dude didn't win, and then Trump starts responding with, threatening to send in the military to certain cities and things like that to squelch rioting and stuff like that, I don't see how we don't get there. I don't see how we don't get to full-blown civil war. And I think most of the folks on the left believe that if there is a blue wave, Trump is going to interfere with that. Most of the folks on the left believe that. Looking in the comments and tap the screen. In the comments here, Evil says, Tim, this is why Mike is the great one. I think Mike deserves his own little intro. Or Mike, like I'm seriously saying there's something spiritual or something there with my God-blessed man. People wake up. It's frightening. I think Mike is saying the parts that it's the shit we don't want to think about. You just like I said, it's like using an example of what the detective is telling you. I just wish I had I wish you guys have never called me down to the station and showed me this. I just wish I had never seen this. But it's hard. It's hard to just hear what he's saying and just dispel all of that. In the comments, Handsome Conservative says, making $2 billion of being president, running the entire country, pretty smart businessman. Pretty unbelievable. That's what it is. This is what it is. Connect 4, pretty sneaky sis. If you remember that commercial for my Gen Xers, pretty sneaky sis. No, it ain't. He's not a smart businessman. He's telling you he made that money while his businesses were being ran by a blind trust. According to President Trump, he wasn't running the businesses. So what Trump is trying to tell you is, I ran my own businesses while I was a citizen of this great nation and I was a successful businessman. But then when I put my business in a blind trust, the control of the blind trust made me more money in 1 year than I've made most of my adult. Like Trump made $2.2 billion last year. I don't think he was worth $2.2 billion when he came down the golden escalator in 2015. So he was like 70 years old at that point. And I don't believe he made I don't think he was worth $2.2 billion all 70 years. Because he's now 80, he just turned 80 this June. So he was about 69, 70 years old when he came down the golden escalator in 2015. I don't think he was worth that much out of all of those years combined. And yet he's made $2.2 billion in one single year. That ain't being a smart businessman. There's more to that. The presidency is involved in it. Guaranteed he's using the presidency to make money. Now, Straight Talk came on here earlier and was like, give me something he's done fraudulently or whatever the case may be. It'll come out. But at some point, You don't need to see fraud to make a safe assumption that it exists. I mean, you create your own cryptocurrency, and for the most part, you're the only one that scores, and you score big. I think Trump made like 799 million off of his crypto, and everybody else, most of the other investors lost big time. They pretty much just invested in his crypto and gave their money to him. He's the only one that scored big out of that crypto. So do you really need to see definitive proof of the fraud? It's akin to watching a chick that's only 95 pounds walking down the street with double K cups. Do you really need her to take off her shirt to realize those are fake tits? I mean, some things ain't possible. Wow. Trucker man for life. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Some things are safe to just assume based on it. I mean, do you really need to see somebody that's 95 pounds take off their top for you to understand that the K cups are fake tits? No, well, it's possible she may have. No, it's not. Not at 90 pounds. And this is what we're talking about here. The man made $2.2 billion off of a quote unquote blind trust when his children are clearly running the company. He's clearly passing laws, talking about he's going to make the country the crypto capital of the world. And that soon after he makes a ton of money on crypto. Do you really need to see more to make that make sense? Anyway, going back to the box, tap the screen, get the likes up to 80,000. Folks cannot dismiss this final solution whispers when so much is spoken loudly of the same energy. I don't know. We've heard some pretty far right politics. Has anybody talked about dispatching African Americans or minorities? Because that's what the final solution is. It's just killing them off. I mean, somebody would have had to say something, right? Have you heard of anybody, some television evangelist or some far right person literally talk about getting rid of people of color by dispatching them? That's pretty fucking heavy. Real quick before we go to the next caller, we do have a poll running on YouTube. 75 or some responded so far. The poll is Trump earned $2.2 billion in 2025. And it concludes by saying this was, and you get two choices. This was legitimate earnings, or this was due to corruption. Those are your two choices. Either the 2.2 billion was due to legitimate earnings or due to corruption. Out of the 70 some odd respondents, 28% say the 2.2 billion was legitimate earnings. 72% say due to corruption. Due to corruption. Anyway, let me go back to the box. That's a lot of money to make as a president. That's a lot of fucking money for a guy who started out by saying, I got my own money and I'm going to drain the swamp. Gangsta Grandma, good evening.
Say thank you, my baby girl. Say it. Come on now.
Thank you, my baby girl. So,
yes.
2.2 billion. What say you?
Can you put some more bass in your voice? Damn, dog. Like, holy shit. Come on now. Now, let's get this shit going, Tim. I'm not going to go out your name today because I'm high as fucking hell. You feel what I'm saying?
I can live with that.
You know what, Tim? It's 100 degrees. Okay, I went to my doctor's. I'm butt fucking naked and high as hell. So I'm feeling good today.
So what brought you on butt naked and high as hell, lady?
Because I can't stand the fucking ass cracker that's in office. I can't stand him. You know what? That pisses me the fuck the most off. I never ever disrespected the president, even if they was on the right. I didn't go after George Bush. I didn't go after none of the asses. But this motherfucker, I hope he goes underneath the fucking jail. You feel what I'm saying? Because you know what? Yesterday, one of the senators said, "Oh, I'm gonna go have lobster and steak." When there's kids over here going to go hungry for the 4th of July. When there's people, you know what, I seen, and it made me cry. I seen a woman that was busting out in tears because she couldn't fill her refrigerator up. She couldn't even fill her refrigerator.
But let me ask you something.
We're in the United States of a fucking America, and people cannot fill a damn refrigerator up. But we got a lame brain cracker in the office making $2.2 billion.
Well, you do understand calling a man a cracker sounds kind of racist, though, right?
I don't give a fuck anymore, Tim. And I don't suck their dick neither, Tim.
Well, we're not asking you to perform fellatio on the guy, but I mean,
But damn, come on now, guys. Even the maggots, don't you see the shit? When a senator comes out and tells you they don't give a damn about you, they don't give a damn if your kids eat, they don't give a damn if you eat, they don't give a damn if you pay your bills, but they're eating, no. They don't get this was that motherfucker behind him. He made $2.2 billion. Where you guys at, Tim? Where you guys at?
but how about this? In the comments, Hanson Conservative says, even if he was dishonest and made that money, Democrats in Congress do it all the time, Gangsta Grandma.
Oh, shut up, man. Get the white cock out your mouth. Yes, massa. You know, I'm so sick of them. I'm done. I'm done with them, man. I'm done. They just give him every excuse what this man is doing. He can tell them to go jump off a bridge and they'll do it.
How did one man get
And
all
you know
this
what? I
power?
have to give this white man credit right now. I want to give this man credit. He was a white man. He stood up on the hill, right? He got arrested. He was a military man. Told them to impeach both their asses. Both of that is a patriot. That's the shit that we need to go out there and do. That's the shit that we need to go, all our asses go out there and start rising up. Because that man put his whole career on the line for us.
Yeah, he definitely put his career on the line. He's going to pay for that one.
Yep. And you know what? And they say I'm racist. No. That right there was a good fucking man.
But let me ask you, with all of the shit you're saying about Trump, now, and I had asked the question earlier, how could he get this kind of power where you're saying that people would jump off?
Why?
Hold
You
on,
know
hang
why?
on. I think I've been told why. Handsome Conservative says that he got this power. He said it's easy to answer that. He says the Democrats went way too far when they were in power.
No. See, we're not going to do that. Not today. You know, no. See, we're not going to do that today. You see, I'm high as hell, but you're not going to play me fucking stupid. Let me tell you this. This was the most expensive racism ever. This isn't about, trans. Well, yeah, it was trans too. But it's about...
Definitely trans.
And brown. It's about black and brown people. They want this country to be white tea. And it's never going to be white tea. This country was not white tea when they came here. It was never white tea. You feel what I'm saying? Never was white tea. The Democrats, all we want is for people to mind your fucking
What
business.
are you? But
Let gay people love who they fucking want to love. If trans people want to love each other, they can. If trans people want to feel that they are a female, let them. They're not hurting you.
What are you?
But this is all
Wait a minute.
because
What
of
the
black
hell
and
are
brown.
you? But what are you seeing from MAGA to suggest that they want the country to be all white? Where are you getting that from?
Tim, is your tonsils getting tickled right now, Tim? Is it, Tim?
What?
Is you getting tickled right now?
And by the way, help your boy with the hat mustache TikTok cap goes. I need it for my tonsils.
Is it
What are you
Tim?
talking about?
You know exactly what I'm talking about.
What have you seen or heard to indicate that MAGA wants the country to be all white? There are plenty of black and Hispanic MAGA.
Because those are house ninjas. What are you talking about, man? Yes, Massa, give me the whips. I like being beat. You know, I like being bit down, taking white dick up my ass. I like it like that. As long as you give me those PE checks and, oh my God.
Okay.
Oh my God. Yeah, I go off on the black and brown people too. Don't ever get it twisted, white tea people.
Well,
You're white tea mag. I go off on all your asses.
in the comments,
I'm burnt ass fucking crackers.
well, in the comments, Mindspire Academy is saying that you are a hater of America and Americans.
Okay, let me tell you something. What American is. You guys are the filth of America. You are the filth of America. You should be underneath the fucking jail. You are the disgrace of America. That's what you are. You guys are racist. You guys are no good for nothing. You guys sit here and you think you will over black and brown people when you guys don't even have your own culture.
Oh, MAGA.
Let's go there
Oh,
on that.
MAGA.
Let's go there on that because you can Google what white culture is.
Oh,
It
MAGA.
all brings hate.
Yeah, but all MAGA's not racist, though. Not all of
Shut
them.
up. Is your tonsils getting tickled again?
Would you stop that?
They are.
They're not-
They are.
All
Now,
of them?
Let me break this shit down. Did you see up there when they up in the red state when they had to rescue 16 kids from a house? And guess who it was?
Yeah, I saw that. It was a house
Guess
of
who it
evil.
was? What was it? YT. Filth.
It was
Tell
some-
me I'm
it was
not
some-
fucking mistaken.
Yeah, see, Shanti,
Interbred motherfuckers.
Shanti says it was in Ohio. They're not all racist, though. Not all MAGA.
I don't. You voted for him. They knew what he was going to do. The 2025 project was right there, all up in their shit. Don't tell me what the fuck they didn't do, Tim. Quit giving them the grace. Get the shit out your
No,
mouth.
I'm listening. No, I'm listening and judging accordingly, but I don't want
The
to.
people that left, the people that say, no, I don't stand for this shit, the people that say, yeah, I used to be, I'm not talking about them. The people that's standing with them today is racist. Your little MAGA reacts is racist.
What is MAGA reacts? Well,
Oh, you gonna go there with me?
I
I got time today.
what is MAGA reacts said to make it? Look, a lot of my guests are saying that now about MAGA reacts, but I think MAGA reacts is just defending Trump. I don't know about the racism part for certain.
No. What did he say about slavery? Come on, Tim.
He said
Get
that.
the shit out your mouth.
Well, he claimed that some slaves'
I
lives,
know.
some of their lives may have upgraded by coming to America.
Okay, I want to break this shit down to you, maggot reacts, you fucking filth. They used to feed our babies, our ancestors' babies, to gators for bait. You said about the stay in the house. Let me break this shit down to you. They used to grape the women that stayed in the house. And you know what? And you know another thing? When they got them pregnant, they used to ship their kids to France. So shut me up with the bullshit. You don't know shit about the fucking slavery. You cocksucking.
Yeah, remember, you're high and happy now. Remember that. You're supposed to be high and happy.
I'm just saying, Tim. I'm not like you. Me and you need to do a show because me and you need to do a show together. I will break the shit down.
But can I
I'm
get you
being
to?
honest about slavery. He thought it's always nice.
But can I get you to the point where you can have a beautiful conversation with MAGA without going off?
No.
Thank you, Jay.
No. Yeah, oh my God, my mama was flipping her grave if she thought I was being nice to a racist bitch. Oh hell no, you got me fucked up. No. My mom and my dad got beat in the '60s. No, I'm good. No, we're going backwards. We're not going forwards. United States was built on racism. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but
they knew what this
but
bitch,
think
they
about
knew what it was.
think about the type of the oppression and racism we had here. We didn't do Holocaust like shit. Mike before you hold on. Mike before you indicated that MAGA, particularly the Trump administration, could be expected to have the potential of doing Holocaust like shit.
No shit.
You believe
What do you
that?
think yes. What do you think? History is repeated. What do you think when I said when they're going to try to get rid of black and brown immigrants? Who is next, Tim?
By murking them?
Tim, are you really shocked that the white man won't do that? Are you shocked? They are nasty. The filth. Come on, man. They're
Okay.
doing it now.
Let me say it
They're
like this.
hurting us.
Let me say it like this. There likely are far right people in Trump's inner circle, but do you think Trump himself would co-sign something like that?
Yes, Tim. Let me break. You know what, Tim? You know what? I troll the shit out your ugly ass, but you get on my fucking damn nerves because you give these motherfuckers credit when credit is not due. When these motherfuckers will tell you to your face what they're doing to you. And you still say, well, maggots on, they're not all right. They are. What they're doing.
I talk to Maggie in my private life and everything.
You can talk to them, Tim. They'll smile in your face and stab you in the back. They told us when they was in the thing, they don't like us. They never liked us in the United States. They tried to take birthright citizenship from us. What was that? Because we never was human.
But wait a minute.
Then you have MAGA react saying, then you have MAGA reacts, you're still trying to suck his dick. Say, oh, it was nice over here being a slave. Like, what the fuck do they gotta do? Slap their dick in your face?
It's a difference. I know you love your dicks. It's a difference between.
I told you, I got them hanging up. I like sucking and fucking up, but my back is broken right now, so I'm off right now.
But gangster, it's a difference between not liking the people and trying to implement the final solution on them. You're talking Holocaust shit.
Tim.
I'm listening.
Tim. They hate us. They could do it to their own damn people. They call them end lovers. Back in the 60s when they was helping us. Our allies got unalived too. What are you talking about? They'll do it to their own people. When they was out there and defending us for us, they got unalived too. They don't give a damn.
And I see on CT Lee on Clapper said she has a point. You believe that too on CT Lee, that we're talking Holocaust type shit that they would do to people of color.
They're trying to take us back. And the guy the Air Force dude went up there and called them all out. I praised him. And you know what? People stood there with him. And it's a disgrace that we have to have our military people up there doing it. Our Congress won't do it. The right is just bowed down to him, Tim.
I don't disagree with I don't disagree with the bowing down part, but Holocaust type shit.
I'm on speaker. What?
I don't disagree with the bowing down to Trump. That's happening, but I don't know if the right would let him do Holocaust type shit.
You know what? They're gonna have to put you in a tree before you fucking realize. Oops, oops. They're still believing in him, Tim. Whoever is standing with him now is who they are. They're racist. I don't give a fuck if they're brown. I don't give a fuck if they're black. They are racist. And they think, and you know what the funny fucking shit is? You know what the funny shit is? They'll unalive the black and brown maggots too.
How about this?
White.
But how about this? Here's some dissension. Stevie D in the comments says, I hear the dumbest shit in here. Does she go out and eat and see mixed couples? In other words, you're not all the interracial couples going on. Some of them are MAGA. He's saying that the way you got things are it's just wrong.
He is the problem. He is a racist. He doesn't even see what he is. They know what he is. They know that they're racist. Just because they're black and brown, bitch, they'll unalive them. What are you talking about?
Damn.
Come on.
Damn.
We're going backwards. We're not going forwards. America's dark right now, man. Yeah, you really fucking believe that all maggots are not racist and they're still standing with them.
Yeah,
and you know what is fucking hilarious about all this shit? He's pissing in all of our faces. He's telling us all to fuck ourselves. He's telling us he made $2.2 billion. He's taking our vets' money away from them. The ones that went out and fought for our damn country. He's doing everything against us, and they're still sucking on his cock.
Well, he is the president. No, and I see in the comments, Dinkel.
You know what, Tim? Well, he is the president. You sound so...
No. Wait a minute. Hold on. And I see in the comments, Dinkel says they were blowing up people in international waters. Yeah, that is true. Yeah. But that ain't like the Holocaust, Dinkel. It ain't to that level.
It doesn't matter. They still unalive their own people. In the 60s, they still unalive them to this year. He sent troops for us. What are you talking about? He put troops on the ground. So-called ice protection. Come on. You gotta get the cock out your mouth and let quit tickling your fancy. Dog damn.
I gotta move it on. I don't.
I'm gonna tell you this, Tim. I'm gonna tell you this. You're so far up, maggots' asses, that you don't even see what the shit is coming. When you have a military man that gave up his whole career to call the shit out, and he really did. He gave up. You don't even know.
Thank you, Mike DeSella. No, hold on. The military guy calling out Trump. Look, I believe that 2.2 billion is certainly a sign of corruption, but corruption and the final solution are two vastly different things there. Truckerman, thank you. Appreciate the jellyfish. Thank you. It's one thing to say Trump is corrupt. Yes, I believe that. But the suggestion that he might try to put African Americans in ovens and crazy shit like that, that's a different level.
Tim, you're stupid. You're fucking stupid, dude.
I'll leave it at that. I'll leave it at that.
No. One more thing, Tim. If you let MAGA react to everybody else talk, let me tell you something else. You know, I cannot believe that you don't think that they would do it. They're showing the fucking colors. Leopards don't change their stripes. They just change the move, how they move. He's doing everything he said, Tim. He's coming for us next. He is. And if you think I'm joking, and if you think Mike is joking, watch, and you're gonna be left out.
I don't think either one of you guys are joking.
Well, none of us is gonna be here, Tim. They don't want us here, Tim. We gotta fight back. All of us gotta get out on the streets and stuff. This ain't no time to be joking. People think that this is not our fight. The 92%, yes, this is our fight. They're coming for us. This has always been our fight.
All right, I'll leave it at that. Thank you. Tap the screen. Wow. I gotta get somebody on here from the other side. I just have to, because fuck. I don't know how else to even say this. It's just depressing. In the comments, Denkel says it starts slow and ramps up as it gets accepted. By the way, real quick, and that sounds like 1930s Germany, what you're referring to, Denkel, because a lot of folks say, look, you know, it's wrong to call Trump Schmittler, and you know he's not. You know, and I had somebody say that when they're calling him this, they're not talking about 1940s Germany. They're talking about 1930s when he is, as Denkow says, when things are ramping up. But the amount of people of color that think Trump is as sinister as my last two guests seems to be increasing. I mean, we've been doing these shows for 4 or 5 years. I mean, there's always been a healthy amount of dissension and adoration of Trump. But the stuff that's coming out now is getting darker and darker. It is getting darker and darker. Handsome Conservative says the reason it's hard to get people from the other side is because it doesn't matter what we say. You're just going to tell us we're wrong. No, I do want to hear your side, your opinion. Look, listen, I obviously bring up people from the other side anytime they come up, Handsome Conservative. And you're right. People are going to have their opinions and say whether they think you're right or wrong. But keep in mind, they say the same thing to me as well. I mean, you disagree with me on a host of different things. So does Straight Talk. So does MAGA React. So does Julio, who doesn't come on the program much. The conservative, you know, look, that's what a debate program is about. Sometimes we do meet in the middle occasionally. Like MAGA Reacts thinks what Megyn Kelly said was wrong about the whole go to fuck back to Haiti. He disagreed with that. 14 warning signs of fascism. I just want to read these again for shits and giggles, so to speak. Number 1, powerful and continuing nationalism. I think we can all X that one off because Trump is on record saying, yes, I am a nationalist. 2, disdain for human rights. I don't think there's ever been a time in American history where we weren't doing that. It just matters what countries' human rights were we violating. But disdain for human rights is probably as American as apple pie. We've always done that. So I don't want to just pin that on what's going on right now. Number 3, identification of enemies and scapegoats. Once again, that is as American as apple pie. The only difference, I do think it's been ramped up to a much greater level in America under Trump. Because now every group of people, at least in my opinion, that are not white, I can give you the issue with them. The Muslims, they want Sharia law. You know, the Hispanics are raping and murdering everybody. And obviously the African Americans are, you know, burning down whole cities. I mean, it is grim, the amount of scapegoats. And now they're coming up with communists. Now Trump is all of a sudden talking about communists and things. So Trump absolutely is really good at creating enemies and scapegoats. He is really good at that. LGBTQ, you know, they're fucking up kids and shoving things down their throats. I mean, he is really good at creating scapegoats. Somebody in the comments, Nike talks about eating cats and dogs. That's another one. Yeah, they're really good at creating scapegoats. In fact, yesterday we played, Megyn Kelly did a whole montage of all of these crimes committed by Haitians because she's on record saying they need to get the fuck out of America and go back home. The problem is she's playing news clips about Haitians committing major felonies and things like that with no time reference and no location reference. The point I'm making is there are hundreds of thousands of Haitians all over this great nation, probably living in all 50 states. There's a huge Haitian population in Florida, huge Haitian population in Ohio, and all up and down the New England area. I think there's about 500,000 of them in New York. There's a whole lot of Haitians in this country. So with that large number of people, it would be very easy to create a montage of a bunch of them committing crimes. So just imagine, I mean, you could create an endless video of Hispanics committing major felonies, of whites committing major felonies, of blacks commit. I mean, what she did is nothing, but she tried to make it sound like Haitians are in this country committing all sorts of acts of violence. Some of her clips may be from last week. Some of them may be from last decade. Some may be from last century, back in the 90s. It would be easy to do that to any group of people all over America. Anyway, number 4, supremacy of the military. Yeah, he went from the Department of Defense to the Department of War, and he's constantly bragging about how easy our military could take people out, and he's trying to raise the budget of our military up to astronomical levels. Yeah, Trump is trying to make, I mean, look, that's not necessarily a bad thing in normal times, but supremacy of the military does seem to be something that Trump is doing. Number 5, rampant sexism. Is that something that could be attributed to Trump? Currently, rampant sexism. I mean, there's a case to be made, but I don't know. Rampant sexism. What has he done in the last 2 years since he's been in office? Well, you know, quiet piggy. The way he's treating the media, women in the media. I guess. I mean, there's some. I get MAG on here saying women shouldn't be able to vote and hold office, and yeah, maybe there is some of that. Number 6, controlled mass media. That should be number 1. I mean, Trump is really put a bullseye on the media. I mean, he's not trying to tell the View what kind of guests they should have on. Got rid of PBS. You know, Stephen Colbert, he's targeted Jimmy Kimmel. Yeah, controlling the mass media is something Trump is. That should be number 1. Number 7, obsession with national security. Is he, securing the border, obsession with national security? I don't know. Is he obsessed with national security? I mean, it's strong enough that we can't say no. So, I mean, because of the border and the way he's using ICE and all of that shit. So that one is not off the table. Number 8, religion and government intertwined. That should be number 2. Because, yeah, absolutely, the right is certainly trying to intertwine government and religion. Now, I don't think that's even up for debate. And as Mike pointed out earlier, what's odd about that is Trump is not known to be very religious at all. I mean, Trump's been on the scene as a well-known, exceptionally wealthy celebrity most of his adult life, and you've never heard this guy used in conjunction with going to church. This guy was banging Playboy models and shit like that. That's where he hung around, that type of people. He was never known to be very religious. Even now, with him being 80 years old, what church does he go to? Could you even answer the question of what religion he is? I mean, he's not so him actually governing a country where we're intertwining government and religion seems crazy, other than there's a lot of power in getting a religious population. Number 9, corporate power is protected. Yeah, but that's not just Trump. I'm not going to just throw corporate power being protected at President Trump's footsteps. That's a conservative issue. The conservative side of the aisle, from Ronald Reagan, George W. Bush, George H.W., they all put corporate power at the helm. I mean, even Mitt Romney was talking about corporations are people too. So that's not just Trump, but he is following along the lines of that. Number 10, labor power is suppressed. Once again, I'm going to say the exact same thing I said for corporate power being protected. The right tends to work for the little guy. Better yet, the left. The left works for the little working guy. The right is in favor of corporations. The right has the mindset of you've never gotten a job from a poor person. Or if you look out for corporations, they create jobs and things like that. So the right is always going to put more onus on protecting the corporations because they believe in trickle down. So you help out the big guys and they'll make sure some of that trickles down to the little guys. So labor power is suppressed? Yes, because they're anti-union and a host of other things. So yeah, I agree with that. But that's not just Trump. Once again, that is a conservative issue. The conservatives are favorable to corporations and less favorable to labor. Number 11, disdain for intellectuals and the arts. Huh? What has Trump done to show he has disdain for intellectuals and the arts? He has disdain for left-wing artists, yeah. But if you're lean right, he's okay with you. I don't know about that one. Maybe somebody can help me out in the comments. Continuing on number 12, obsession with crime and punishment. Once again, obsession with crime and punishment. I'm not going to put that at Trump's footsteps. That is a right-wing tenet. That is a tenet of the right. The right has always been very, very tough on crime, and they often criticize the left for being soft on crime. That was happening before Trump became a politician. Under Bush or Reagan. I mean, Reagan was, wasn't he the 3 strike laws, kind of that stuff kind of began with him. The right is always going to be more obsessed with crime and punishment as opposed to the left. Building more prisons, strengthening felonies, just being tougher on crime. That's something that you get from the right. 13, rampant cronyism and corruption. That would come by it when Trump is talking about making $2.2 billion in a single year. Now, once again, like many of these, I'm not going to say that applies to just Trump, because there's plenty of rampant cronyism and corruption on the left. I could bring up Nancy Pelosi making a fortune as well. But just like many of these, Trump has taken it to a whole new level. So, and the crazy thing is, when it comes to rampant cronyism and corruption, we got a politician in power now that ran on draining the swamp, and I don't even think MAGA believes he's doing that. I had a handsome conservative just a minute ago talking about, well, Biden did it too. They're not even denying that Trump is doing corrupt shit. They're just trying to defend it by saying other politicians did it too. I mean, he ran on draining the swamp. That absolutely didn't happen. Number 14. I strike everything I said and say this is the number 1 issue. This should absolutely be number 1. Fraudulent elections, claiming election fraud. That by far should be the first one, because Trump, every election that doesn't go his way was held fraudulently. So fraudulent elections should be number 1. Let me go back to the box. That is the 14 tenets of fascism, and I can't really find any of these that I can look at Trump and check off one of these and say it's not what he's doing. I don't believe all of these are specifically. MAGA Reacts ain't gonna turn your volume on. You got something going on.
Yo, what's going on?
Hey, so what do you think about this 14? You got echo.
I got a new microphone. Do you like it, or is it
Well,
not working?
I'm hearing myself.
Hold on, let me try to. How about now?
Let me see. No, I'm still hearing it.
All right, let me fucking unplug
I may
it
have to
then.
drop you and bring you back up.
How about now? Can you hear me now?
Yeah, that's much better.
Damn it, I was excited about my new mic, but I gotta figure out why it's making an echo.
2.2 billion in a single year. What the fuck is that?
I mean, he's a billionaire. He makes
He
billions.
was not making. That man ain't made 2.2 billion out of any of his 80 years he lived. He's never. I don't think he's made a fourth of that in 1 year. Not even a fourth of that.
No, last year he made 600 million, and then in 23 he made 1.4 billion.
600 million is a little bit over a fourth of that.
Okay, but also in 2023 to 24 he made 1.4 billion. There's years where he makes a lot of money. There's years where he doesn't, and I mean, this is definitely a new record for him. But
You said he made how much in 23, 24?
he made 1.4 billion.
Where you heard that at?
I just Googled it. I Googled year by year how much he made every year, and 23 came up as 1.4. Let me see.
I have not heard that.
Yeah, apparently, where was it? Apparently, according to this Forbes article, he had 2.5 billion the year before, and it went up to he had 2.6 the year before, and it went up to 3.9.
Do you believe he's making all this money legitimately?
Yeah, he's got a bunch of properties. He could sell one of his properties and make a ton of money on top of what he makes regularly from them. Plus, like you said, he was like he's been the most popular guy in the world for the last like 10 years, basically.
You don't see any of his legislation, like him passing laws making it easier for crypto. None of his legislation is helping him make money. You don't see him doing that, like insider trading type shit. Didn't he just invest in Axios or something like that? And now he's passing laws. I mean, you don't see any of that.
No, I'm sure some of it helps him, but
Then that's corrupt. Then that's corrupt. If you're actually look, if you're passing laws on stuff that you're also investing in, how is that not a conflict of interest?
Well, he's investing in the whole country as a whole.
That ain't what I'm asking you. That is not what we're not talking about as a whole. We're talking about
nobody cares about him making money. The reason we're criticizing Biden is because he was making money with China. The question is he selling out the country? Because we believe Hunter Biden was selling out the country to China. That's why we're upset. Nobody cares about Pelosi or the rest of these people making money on American companies.
You don't
At least they're
believe
investing their money in America.
you don't believe Trump is selling out the country because you're not asking the same questions you would have asked on Hunter Biden in China. Like, for instance, you really just believe Qatar just said, we want to be nice. Here's a $400 million gift. No strings. They just decided to give us that. You're not asking questions with Trump.
I mean, when France gave us a Statue of Liberty, did everyone's like, "Oh, the president's fucking did a quick"?
France is an ally. France was a long ally of ours. Qatar is not.
Qatar is an ally of us.
Qatar is not anywhere near the level of France. And the Statue of Liberty is something that was truly for the country. That jet is for Trump.
Well, it's being used by the country. You know how old the old jet was? I Googled it today. The old jet was from 1991. It's like 30-year-old jet.
And
this one's from 2012.
Okay,
and
but
both were made in America by Boeing. Those are American jets. Were paid for by Qatar.
So you're telling me
we're not doing this today, Tim. No. See, this is where you're gonna get you some fucking balls. We're not doing this shit today.
You were just up here. Explain to me how making money is racist. You spend your whole fucking time.
You are racist. You're a racist piece of shit. Well, let me break this shit down to you.
But explain to me how Trump making money is racist.
I know.
Now.
Shut up.
I don't think you're making money is racist. I think it's corrupt.
I know he is racist. I know your tonsils is itching. I know you make every excuse for the white man, dog. And you're not even fucking white. He is using our money. He has spent our money. He's making money off of our money, and he's shitting on us.
So what?
And
He went
he's
from being
shitting on
poor to
us.
a billionaire. He's still a billionaire. He started out a billionaire.
cannot
He's a billionaire now.
He
It's not
cannot
like he's
profit
doing
on his
anything.
Okay, comprehend this, you numbnut. He cannot profit on his presidency. His sons are doing it too. His whole family is doing it. You're not
He's
supposed
not
to
profiting
accept
off his
gifts.
presidency. He's profiting off investing money in companies.
To accept gifts from Qatar and shit. You know that was against our constitution, right? This is how dumb these
The
men
gift
are.
was given to the country. It was given to the United States.
No.
By the way, the new jet's actually red. It's not blue. I just Googled it.
See, Tim, no, we're not doing this today, Tim. No.
Oh.
Get those fucking balls. I got bigger balls than you. No.
The
And let me
airplane
break this shit down,
belongs to
because I
the
can't-
United
I
States
just-
Air Force. It was given.
Wait,
to the
Wait,
United
hold on.
States
Let me interject. Okay, Trump has already said, MAGA reacts, that he's going to fly the plane, and after that, it's going in the Smithsonian. So Air Force.
that's not ours.
So it don't matter who. It doesn't matter
We're
who.
getting a brand new one in 3 years. We're getting a brand new
That
one.
ain't what we.
What the fuck
And
is
guess
with
what?
you
If it
now?
gets delayed, then they're probably going to keep it until the new one's actually ready.
Oh my fucking god! I can't deal with fucking MAGA reaction. And let me tell
Explain
you
to
another
me
thing.
how it's racist.
Let me
How
tell
all these
you
people are
another
going to get
thing.
killed because Trump
Let me
made
tell
money.
you something else, you
How we're
nut,
gonna have a
you
Holocaust
piece
because
of
Trump made
shit,
money.
you burnt ass cracker. Let me
Hey,
tell
come
you
on, gangster.
Explain how making money is going to lead to a bunch of a Holocaust of people.
Slavery was not good for us. White
I didn't say
people
slavery
killed
was
our
good for
babies.
anybody. I said
Shut up.
slavery was
Shut
awful.
up.
Okay, wait. Let me ask it to you this way. MAGA reacts. Do you agree with what Gangsta Grandma is saying? Is he should not be profiting off the office? Do you agree with that?
I mean, yeah, he shouldn't be profiting selling out the country, is what I said. He shouldn't be profiting by
He's
using
doing
the
it.
office to sell out the country, to
He's
do
doing it.
control for shit that would harm the country.
And,
As long
and
as
that's
he's doing
and
it for the benefit of the country,
talking. That's what
He's
she's
doing it.
That's what she's talking about, MAGA Rex, because I'm going to tell you, nobody believes Qatar did that with that jet with no strings attached. That's something Trump is telling. Nobody believes. You actually believe.
Tell me what the strings are. Tell me what the strings
They're suddenly getting. They're getting access. They're getting access to our F-15 program in Idaho. That's what happened.
We're going to teach them how to use it.
Right. That's what happened. They got a contract.
Normally do that.
Last time Trump was president, last time Trump was president, he said Qatar was a terrorist group. Last time he was president, he said Qatar was a terrorist group. Now they get to plane, and now they're best friends.
I mean, if they're not our allies, then say so. But don't tell me all this
He
other.
did say so.
I just said
No, but
that.
what does the rest of the world think? Does the rest of the government think that they're not our allies? What have they done to not be our allies? What have they done?
What are you drinking, dog?
Yeah, MAGA reacts. Qatar has never been known as a big ally of America. That's something.
But they both have never been known as a big enemy either.
Trump said they're terrorists.
We're not even selling them F-32s. F-15s is like the bottom of the barrel.
Oh my
Bullshit. No, they're
God,
not.
man.
They're not.
No,
That's
they're
not the
not.
bottom of the barrel.
No, they're not. See, you don't even
We're
know
on
shit, man.
F-32, and you're telling me,
You're so
they're getting
fucking
F-15s?
Does your mama fucking
Why aren't
smell
they
a
getting
crack with you or
F-32s like the
something?
Saudis?
Yo,
Oh my
Why don't they
God,
get
hold up.
real,
Last
dog.
time he was president, he wanted to make his own plane Air Force One, and they told him no. Now he's going to get a plane and it's getting upgraded, and he's going to still keep that plane. Seems like the first time he was president, he said, "Take my plane and make it into Air Force One." They said, "We can't do that. We can't put all this technology into your plane. We have a plane." So now Qatar gives him a plane. He's putting everything in it now. It's never going to be in no place. He's flying that shit.
Yeah.
He just wants to upgrade it.
He flew it for the first time the other day.
Well, Matt, hold on. MAGA reacts. Hold on.
Excuse me, gentlemen, hold on. I don't think you understand, MAGA reacts. So here's the problem. We cut Snap and Medicaid. And then Donald Trump spends $20 million on a Super Bowl and all that money at the NBA, $14 million on the pool, $600 million on the ballroom. I mean, I can go on and on and on. And that plane, which basically cost him over $1 billion.
Yeah, if we take all that money
the taxpayers should not shut up, MAGA. The taxpayers should never be on the hook for his personal plane. We had one ordered. The new ones got here within a year. There was no reason at all to do that.
What do you mean?
So we can't be the MAGA reacts. What is the purpose of the United States government?
What do you mean? Why does he have Air Force
What
One?
is the purpose of the United States government, MAGA reacts?
The last caller just says he's not allowed to fly.
What is the purpose of the United States government?
To take care of the people, to take care of the country.
To defend and promote the welfare of the people. Promoting the welfare of the people means SNAP and Medicaid. It doesn't mean buy Trump a new plane.
Yeah, Margaret, how do you hold on, Margaret, how do you wait, MAGA? Hold on, Margaret, how do you explain what she's talking about? How you're going to get rid of SNAP and you're going to cut all these. Hang on a second, hold on. You're cutting all these programs out for lower income and poor people. And meanwhile, you're getting all these luxurious items for yourself. How does that look in your opinion?
I mean, it looks bad, but in reality, one has nothing to do with the other. Paying for an airplane doesn't take away money from SNAP.
Oh, shit. Yeah, it does.
It comes from the same damn budget, MAGA. You can't be that dumb.
The money. It's
that damn dumb. It's not about. We have to pay
not putting too much money in the economy in certain areas.
Wow.
You can put money.
You're
You can spend money on certain things, but if you put too much money, you say it's
there's no such thing as too much money in the economy. The fact that you even think that tells me you don't know shit about the economy, and I really need you to get an education. You talk all the time and you don't know anything. It is depressing.
Tells me you don't know anything about the economy.
So
I at least know that you're paying for the plane, and that plane comes out of the budget of SNAP.
Yeah, Margaret, I don't get how you would not understand. Okay, he's pools and tribunal arches and military parades and UFC fights. That you're cutting all these low income programs by doing all this stuff that is unnecessary just to make your life more luxurious. And you're talking about, well, it ain't the same money. It's coming from the taxpayers, man.
Yeah, I'll have to give you a whole lesson about how money works for you to even understand what I'm saying.
Because you don't understand what you're saying. Jim is right. You're wrong.
Say you spend $1 million, right? And then you want to buy more stuff. So you got to figure out where to get that other money to come up for the new stuff you want to get.
The government.
So that's what they're doing.
You know that, right?
That's what they're doing. They're cutting out money to use it.
That's exactly what they're
doing. That's how
doing.
it works. The government has unlimited money. What the government has to do is
unlimited money. That money's backed on gold.
Inflation.
The money's backed on gold.
You said the government has unlimited money. Did you just?
Money, but if they print too much money, they get inflation. That's what happened under Biden.
The government has unlimited money.
Him. This is your fucking friend that you be sucking on. This is your fucking. He is stupider than stupid. Hey,
you're the stupid one. You don't know how the fucking
money
works. Don't talk over fucking work. I don't have the fucking pictures to show you.
I'm gonna tell you, MAGA.
How money works and how printing money works and how inflation works. I can do it for you. But
hold on. If the government has unlimited money, then why the hell won't they help out the poor people?
They have to be careful not to cause inflation. If they give you too much money and there's not enough shit to buy, it causes inflation.
So they only concern.
We organize the people, and Trump's not part of it. Like this, the whole thing. Did you not tell me? I just told you what the government's for. So that tax money goes for that, not Trump's bullshit.
What happened when Biden just used his unlimited money? We got 9% inflation, right?
There's no unlimited money. What are you talking about?
Biden, that was a global pandemic. All you guys say, Biden.
Yeah, but the inflation was caused by government spending.
5 minutes.
You know what?
Look,
I
you need people
gotta
to
talk.
produce.
No one, Nate, you never talk. You sound stupid. You sound pathetic. It's always Biden.
This is not the platform teaching how money and the economy works. Okay, the fact that you don't understand it shows how stupid you are.
All this is fucking Trump. And you know what? He's gonna go down as being the fucked up president of the United States. Oh God. And I hope he goes.
Invent the system.
You're so damn stupid. You're stupid,
You're stupid
Marguerite.
if you think a fucking airplane is the reason the street got cut.
We got unlimited money, right? Then why did
I can't
Trump
believe you.
stand on television? Why did Trump stand on television saying the health
MAGA, you say
government
some,
should be taking care of health plans?
you say some wild shit, MAGA.
It causes inflation. It makes things more expensive.
MAGA, last thing, hold on.
You need to make healthcare cheaper. Paying for it only makes it more expensive. You need to produce more
what did the
doctors
plane do? Make
and
everything
make it
less?
cheaper.
So when he got that plane and what he's doing with the plane right now, it made it less. When he does his little
makes
click
no
my name
difference.
on everything, makes everything less. That doesn't add to anything. Everything else adds to inflation, but what he's doing.
It goes sector by sector, okay? You could add money to one sector like the military, and it won't affect things like healthcare. The more important
So
part
in
is
other words, he's robbing Peter to pay Paul, right? That's what you've been saying this whole time.
No, one section.
You just said you'll take it from this to put it to the military. You're robbing Peter to pay Paul. I can't teach you
that.
this
I
shit.
said they're completely separate. One has nothing to do with the other. Spending money on the military and spending money on healthcare are separate things. But if you spend too much money on healthcare and there's not enough healthcare to go around, you end up making healthcare more fucking expensive. That's
Hold
why
on, let me interject and say something. One of the biggest things the right often says is the reason that European countries can give their citizens universal health care is because they don't spend as much money on the military as we do. The budgets are connected, MAGA reacts. If all of a sudden we had to start giving people health care, folks will start saying we can't afford to do all that other stuff. Just like Trump is getting rid of all of these programs for the poor and suddenly finding all kinds of money for all of these, military parades and all this shit.
The reason these countries can give their people free healthcare is because they're small countries and they don't have a big population and a complex. We have 50 countries.
That's not true. It'll
That
scale.
ain't, yeah, if they're small countries, they wouldn't have the money.
Scale.
It'll scale.
Right.
And by the way, MAGA
Only
reacts.
scale
We
if
got
we
no MAGA reacts.
more
Stop.
doctors, more
MAGA reacts.
hospitals,
Stop.
more shit.
MAGA reacts. Stop. Trump is spending $1.5 billion on vanity products. Billion.
Yeah, but how expensive is our healthcare? Our healthcare is like in the trillions.
Do you
And you're
realize
talking about,
that
oh,
shouldn't
spent
come? Like,
$1 billion?
dude,
What's
do you
$1
not
billion
care
gonna
about
do
the
when you think
taxpayers
it's
at
$1
all?
trillion?
Do you pay taxes?
Yes, of course.
Like, I don't know why you don't understand how this works.
I do understand, and
You
that's
don't.
the problem.
You're willing to let people suffer.
You know what? You know what's funny? That he said that he had a problem with Biden's son taking however much money from China, which is none of our money. But he's fine with Trump and his family taking our money to profit themselves.
MAGA reacts. Why did Trump just give his son a $624 billion
what
loan?
Biden did for that money.
Why did Trump give his
We
son
know
a
what he did.
$624 million loan? The biggest ever given from that office, by the way. Trump gave it to his son to buy into something, and then the government bought it with a contract. So Trump is literally up there being the swamp.
If that's the case, then go after him for that.
But Margaret, you do kind of agree with her in terms of Trump being a swamp. Do you see Trump as somebody that's draining the swamp? Do you actually believe he's living up to that?
No, not really. I'll give you that one.
Okay.
I don't think he's draining the swamp. He's just fucking trying to stay afloat. And
No, he's not. He is the swamp.
He is the
He
swamp,
has become the
right.
swamp. When you spend $1.5 billion, and that's not counting the plane, that's
Again,
just
it's
his vanity
not the
project.
definition of the
That's just the
swamp, but
arts
he's
and
not the
pool
fucking swamp.
and the ballroom. That's got nothing to do with the plane and all those other things. And him going to the Super Bowl and all that. That's $1.5 billion just for that. We are talking about Donald Trump has made $4 billion while in office. First of all, the money that went into crypto, we have no idea what foreign governments.
And he lost money last time he was in
We
office,
have no
by the way.
idea what foreign governments bought from him. We have no idea what influence he gave them. Because we do know he was handing out
Find
words
out.
from
Bush
MAGA.
got
Shut up a minute.
$2 with
Shut
Trump
up a
got
minute.
out of
Hold on,
office.
y'all. Donald Trump was selling pardons for $1 million a pop.
2 minutes.
So you don't think he's not taking money through crypto from other countries to do shit? Get out of my face.
Kushner took $2 billion when he walked out the office.
What's up?
Kushner took $2 billion when he walked out the office. Last time he was president.
That was
Oh, he's negotiating for more now, Nate. He's trying to get more right now.
I just think MAGA. I think
corrupt. What does he do for that money that's corrupt?
Tell me
And
what
I'll
he
be
did
on your
for it.
side.
Even their own people said, "Yo, he's not qualified to give him $2 billion."
What do you mean? He's got the most expensive deals in New York.
They were putting
How is he
up.
not qualified to? He's definitely a good place
You
to
like
invest
to
money.
Google, right? You say you Google. Google. Their own people from the Saudis said, their investment people said, "Yo, he's not qualified for the money. He doesn't know anything about this." He said, "Give it to him anyway."
Bullshit. His family owns the most expensive real estate in
That
New
doesn't
York.
matter. It's right. Nate's
What
right
is
because I read it
one of his
too.
buildings alone is
Tim,
$2
pull it
billion.
up.
That doesn't mean you know anything, Magriax. Magriax, why is the emolument
He's
clause
got real
there?
estate property all over the
Magriax,
country.
why do we have the
His
emolument
wife's about to
clause?
buy a fucking island, and you tell me he doesn't
Magriax,
know
why
why
do we have the
illegal
emolument?
island.
Hold on, Nate.
Even
Why do
that's
we have the
illegal.
emoluments clause?
I don't know.
To prevent presidents from enriching themselves in the
An
office.
example of somebody
The
selling out.
emoluments clause is
Trump
there to
selling out the
prevent
country.
presidents from enriching themselves in the office. Trump is a crook.
I don't even. You know something? I think what Trump is doing is. I think what Trump is doing is so obvious at this point, and you got folks like Magriax defending it to the point where I don't even know if Trump is a crook anymore. I mean, it ain't like he's trying to hide it. People know what he's
I want to
doing.
know what he did for it. If he's selling out the country for money, what did he sell it out for? What did he do?
I think the issue is.
Collected $4 billion.
I think the issue is when it comes
Billionaire made money.
when
For
it
him,
comes
that's
to I think the issue is when it comes to Trump versus like Biden or some Democrat, you don't ask any questions on Trump that you would be you would paint what looks suspicious under Biden would lead you to ask questions because they didn't prove anything on Hunter Biden, but it looked suspicious enough that the right kept asking questions. With Trump, you suddenly need definitive proof, and you're not going to really ask questions at all. I mean, he's investing in companies right after. I'll give you an example. He gave the guy who done the reflective pool a no bid contract, and this is one of his bigger campaign donors. Why the hell would you need a no bid contract to paint a pool? That don't look suspicious at all. Why is a pool guy getting a no bid contract?
He was probably trying to.
Probably. That's what I'm talking about. You don't answer questions. You don't ask questions when it comes to Trump. You just fill in the blanks and give him the benefit of the doubt. Probably. Since when have you heard a no bid contract on a pool?
For more info. Was there someone
Right.
else that could have done the job for cheaper or better?
Same thing with. I'll give you another one. His son Barron Trump, 20 years old and getting defense contract investments. That guy don't know nothing about drones and shit. Why is a 20-year-old getting that?
I got another one. Trump found out about a mine in Kazakhstan, and him and Lutnick and their son bought into the mine so that they could give it a contract and make money off the government. Magriax, I don't know what to say to you.
Nate, I gotta drop you, Nate.
To invest in drones. If I had money, I would invest
You were in a cult.
myself.
Yeah.
It is illegal for the president to do what he's doing. Why don't you know that?
All right.
No, these investments, like his son's investment, these are all obvious
illegal.
investments. If I had money,
He
I would
is giving them loans.
I
no big
think
contract.
that
That's illegal.
I think if this same Magarax, I gotta drop you, but I think if the same shit was happening under a liberal, you would ask a lot more questions and you would not just give him the benefit of the doubt of it. He's probably doing something.
Pelosi doing the same shit. Yeah, Pelosi.
And you were certain she was doing fraud. You didn't say she probably anything. You were certain she was doing something wrong.
Nobody said she was doing fraud. I never said Pelosi. We only cared about Hunter Biden because it involved a foreign country, and we knew his father got that fucking.
Is Qatar not a foreign country?
Yeah, but what did Trump do for that money?
I gotta go. We'll leave it at that. All right, Andy. Before we move, what were you about to say, Andy?
I was going to tell you that Donald Trump's sons have secured financial ties in 14 critical mineral mines, and they're all
the Kazakhstan or whatever.
Yep.
Yeah, I've
that's not
heard
the only
about
one,
that.
though.
That's another. Yeah, that's another. I mean, there's so many of these
No,
things.
there's 14 of them.
14 of
14
wow.
total. Plus, Trump's son got a $624 million loan from the Pentagon, the largest ever given. And it was expedited by the White House so he could buy a rare earth mineral place in North Carolina. And then they gave it a government no-bid contract.
So his son got the largest loan from the Pentagon ever that was expedited basically by his dad.
And they want to talk about Hunter fucking Biden.
Yeah. Like I said, with MAGA Reacts, I'm pretty sure that if a liberal was doing the same shit, he would ask a lot more questions. Even if we want to pretend like Trump is not exactly guilty, you know, that maybe there's some suspicion, he would be suspicious. I mean, you don't make $2.2 billion as a president in 1 year, and people are not going to ask questions. But when it comes to Trump, well, he's just really smart. He probably earning it.
No, especially when it's in crypto and that 1.4 billion's hidden. And we have no idea who put it in there, and we have no idea where it came from. And him going, what has he done for anybody? Please. Yeah. You've got to be kidding me. Like, the fact that they ignore how much he steals, and from them, not just, you know.
Right.
And meanwhile, they used to care about the military. Remember that?
They used to care about the police, too, until it was a Capitol Police officer.
Yep, and now, you know, that guy should have gone to jail. The one standing there that was a hero in my eyes. With the impeach Trump sign?
Yeah.
In uniform?
Oh, yeah. Well, if you're in the military, you can't do that against the president.
I understand why, but him standing there, it sent a message loud and clear, and he's willing to accept the consequences. So I think he's a hero.
Yeah, but unfortunately, there's not enough of him. You need to have like a whole fucking platoon or something do it. You need to have enough of them do it where it makes a difference to the military.
Maybe he'll break open the gate because, you know, at least one person's following their damn oath.
Yeah. Otherwise, they're gonna just.
And
make
not only that, like there are other things. Like right now, Trump's pushing AI on us really hard, right? All these data centers. Do you know that AI researchers have come back? The godfather of AI, Hinton, now says there's a 50% chance that AI will exterminate human beings.
Damn.
And the researchers say there's a 90% chance. The researchers that work in the field. And the other creators of AI, like Gemini, they all have different, like 35.
Well, you could kind of stop. You could kind of stop that if you pay attention to where you're putting AI at. Like, don't put AI into machines and shit where it would be. You know,
that's not what they mean. What they mean is it rapidly will be smarter than us, like in a matter of years. And at that point, we won't be able to control it anymore. They've already said it'll be out of our hands.
It kind of reminds. There was
when you train a large language model, that's what you're doing. And if you make a mistake, you can't train it out. It's not like you can go in and reprogram it.
Well, it kind of reminds me of an old 80s movie by Stephen King called Maximum Overdrive, where the machines were killing the people.
Remember that?
Yeah. I mean, that's what I said, don't put it in.
But basically, not like iRobot either. Basically, what they're saying is they'll become so smart that they'll have different goals than us, and then it'll be a competition for resources. And once it becomes a competition for resources, we're going to lose.
Yeah. Well, that's a frightening scenario, which absolutely could happen.
50 years.
What?
They'll think that'll happen within 50 years.
Jeez. I don't know how you stop that one. I mean, because the AI is way more advanced than the human mind. I don't know how you could stop that. Other than,
and there were 3 new models let out this week that are more advanced than the last ones. There's Mythos. There's the one John's got, and there's Fable.
Yeah, I don't know what.
And Mythos, it found 10,000 zero-day exploitations within seconds. I mean, they could just hack right through anything.
No,
hey, y'all check your state legislatures. In Alabama, they just lowered what speech is.
What do you mean by that?
And threatening speech, and they lowered the bar and what speech is. And,
wow. So
that so be very careful and look. You know, check into your check your legislations. Florida made it where they could designate T groups. So should you be out protesting, they could decide you're Antifa and throw the book at you.
Yeah, Trump already has tried something like that already. I mean, shit, he's trying to get Trump derangement syndrome viewed that turned into some kind of ailment where they can take action on.
Yeah, he's not going to get that. He's not going to get that. Medical science is not going to go with that. He can forget it. The rest of his sycophants may be okay with it, but change the deal, DS5 is it, or I can't remember the actual, but they're not going to do that. It's the book with all the. Yeah, they're not going to do that.
Let's hope you're right.
No, they won't. They think Trump's an idiot.
Real quick, I got to move it up. What are you about to say?
We just need to be vigilant because everything is changing.
Yeah.
And
Fast.
Donald Trump, like, Florida passed a version of the SAVE Act.
You said he what?
In their own legislature. Florida themselves passed their own version of the SAVE Act.
That shit is dangerous. It is way too close to the election to be changing the rules where you got to get all these documents. It's only 4 months left to the midterms. The Save America Act, to me, if you're going to do that for the 2028 national or the presidential election in the midterms or whatever you want to call it in 2028. But it's too close to this election.
It'll take out 18% of the electorate. But what
At
you don't
least.
realize is I looked it up.
I believe that.
They're not thinking very clearly because Democrats hold the most passports. Democrat women's by 10 points hold more passports than Republicans.
Yeah, but you're assuming they're going to scrutinize this shit equally in Democrat areas versus Republican areas.
No, all you gotta do is have a passport.
Yeah, but
and more Democrats have passports than Republicans. By 10 points, as a matter of fact. So it will actually. So if he passes the SAVE Act, it will actually be detrimental to the Republican Party.
Before you know it, they'll be saying the signature in your passport don't match your driver's license. We don't know if this is a actual passport. I mean, they'll come up with ways of doing this shit.
Let's just stick to what the law says. Let's not roam around. That's catastrophizing, Tim. Let's not do that.
It's a catastrophe in itself. I gotta move it on, Andy. Thank you.
Let me come back next week and tell you about Michael Flynn.
Hopefully it's good news. But I don't expect
it's really bad. It's horrible. It's the worst news you could possibly get.
All right. I won't look forward to hearing it, but I'll certainly talk to you. Tap the screen, get the likes on up to 110, if you will. Help your guy with the hat and mustache TikTok cap goals. This has probably been one of the grimmest shows I've ever had. Damn. I'm trying to think if I hosted some shows where people died. I mean, this is bad. Because, look, nobody's passed away, but the content being discussed here makes it kind of sound like we're all slowly dying to some degree. We're dying as a nation. I want this to be wrong. I want this stuff we're discussing to be wrong. I don't have anywhere near enough evidence to suggest it is wrong, though. But that's what it feels really. This is a really grim show that I wasn't expecting. But looking in the comments, like I said, I'm just hoping somehow, some way, we get a little bit more positive out of the Trump administration, which I'm not expecting. But this is what we're dealing with. I'll go back to the box. Handsome Conservative on Clapper. Good evening, Handsome Conservative. Are you there?
Put on the hat.
We're not putting on the hat today. It's a depressing show, man.
Well, liven it up. Put on the hat.
That ain't gonna liven up. When we're talking about the potential of stuff like the final solution, it's not gonna. Do you think the Jews would have livened it up if they put on a MAGA hat?
Hell yeah. And listen, I just want to know, how much do I have to send you to put on the hat? Just give me $1 a month.
I don't know. I would need $100 to put this on camera. I don't know. Well, anyway, what brought you up?
All right. Hey, hold on a second. I will talk to you about anything you want, but I'm going to send you $100. You're going to put on that hat. You don't set it online. Okay. All right.
Great. What brought you up?
Okay, so you said that this country is feeling like it's tearing itself apart. Did I get that right?
Yeah, I do feel that way right now. I mean, listen, with Trump pointing to virtually every individual group of people and saying nothing but negative stuff about each individual group almost every time he's in front of a microphone, we're all learning to hate each other, man. And nobody's really progressing while this is happening.
All right, before I get into this with you, can you hear me okay?
Loud and clear.
Or should I turn off the Bluetooth?
I can hear you loud and clear.
Okay, because you're like going in and out. But the reason it feels like the country is tearing itself apart is because you have two parties, and I'm not trying to place blame, but you have two parties pulling in opposite directions. And until we can come together, which obviously isn't going to happen right now, but until we can come together on some issues, this is not going to get better. It's going to get worse. And that's just my opinion on it. I'm just trying to be honest with you.
Let me before we continue, because I can understand you, but the quality of your audio, turn off your Bluetooth. I want to see if you sound better, because some of my guests on the other programs are saying that you're a little tinny. So try to turn off your Bluetooth. I agree with you that we need to come together. And
okay, can you hear me now?
I think that's better.
Okay, see, now I can't hear you. Hey, Tim, listen, how about I come over to TikTok? I think Clapper's having a problem, and I'll come up in the box. You can pull me up there.
Okay, do that. And while he's doing that, okay, while you're doing that, I'll go ahead and read a couple comments. What I was going to say in regards to what he is saying is, I don't think we're going to come together. And it's simply put, I think too many people are invested in dissension. The left is not going to come together under Trump. It's too much damage has been done, and the right is not going to come together either, because they have a lot of disdain towards all these different groups. I mean, what the right thinks about immigrants is terrible. Now they'll tell you it's only we're okay with immigrants just come here legally, but Trump has done all kinds of things that has been anti-legal groups, and they're okay with it. Muslim bans and all. I mean, they're not complaining about any of this other stuff either. So Trump is anti-immigrant, and so I just don't see it. And then of course, all the other causes we're talking about as well. Handsome Conservative, can you hear me?
I can. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, that's much better.
Okay, yeah, dude, listen, I think Clapper's having some issues, because when I take it off of Bluetooth, you can hear me, but then your volume goes way down. So I think it's just the live stream on Clapper that needs to be patched or something.
Okay, all right.
Okay, but like I was saying, man, I mean, it's just my opinion, but if you got two parties pulling this hard against what each other are trying to get accomplished, it's going to feel like it's doomsday. It's going to feel like the country's going to fall apart. We just gotta come together on something. I don't even know what, but we got to come together on something.
Do you believe our Commander-in-Chief, President Trump, do you believe he wants us to come together?
I don't believe he gives a shit one way or another if we come together. I think he is at this point, and I still would not vote Democrat, so I'm just going to say that up front. At this point, I think he is doing what Congress and the Senate does. Gather unto me what is mine. I think it's all about what he can get, because if there is a blue wave, then it's going to be lights out for the Democrats. So, and I'm not saying
you mean the Republicans. If it's a blue wave, it's going to be
the Republicans. Yes, I apologize. Yeah. It's going to be a lights out for the Republicans if there's a blue wave. So I think at this point, until he's sure, which might be why we don't have troops on the ground right now, but I think that he's just going to ride it out until the voting is done, and if they stay in power, then we'll probably get troops on the ground, and he'll get back to work.
Yeah, but here's the problem: if you're admitting that he does not care if we unify, then wouldn't the president governing that way be probably responsible for a blue wave? If you're leading like that, you obviously are. To me, you making him sound like a terrible leader. What leaders?
Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, like, what leaders should be unconcerned with whether or not his country is united or divided? Just the fact that you're admitting he doesn't care about that makes him sound like a horrible leader to begin with.
Well, let me try to put it like this. It's not that he doesn't care. It's that this is like a pause. This is a pause.
he's not really going to do anything major until after the election, because we got to see what we're going to be dealing with. Is it going to be a red wave? Is it going to be a blue wave?
But
How many people does he have left on his side? Do they have the votes to do what needs to be done? You know,
but still, being concerned with whether your country unites or divides. Like you said, he's got to wait until after the midterms to see what he's working with. The best way to increase your chances of working with something more favorable to you would be trying to unite your country and do some of that stuff. So what are you going to do? I'm just going to basically do whatever and hope for the best?
Remember this. Trump was right about one thing when he first ran the first time. He made a statement that I find true even today. He's not a typical politician. I wouldn't even call him a politician, honestly.
Some would suggest he's a con man.
The way he does things baffles me at times, things I don't understand. But, you know, I mean, it's just what it is. I mean, you know.
Well, some would suggest
I'm having a little difficulty.
Some would suggest he's a con man. I mean, you're right. He's not doing things like a typical politician because
I know you're going to fire back at this. Okay? But honestly, they're all crooked, dude. They all take.
But this is a dude that was going to drain the swamp. Now that he's fucking up, we keep comparing him to all the people that he was not supposed to be. He ran a campaign to pointing out all the crony capitalism, all the swamp creatures. And now that he's gotten in there and he's fucking up, all we can do is point to other people that he promised to get rid of.
Okay, first of all, I'm going to go with MAGA Reacts on this. I don't think he's draining the swamp. Okay, I'm going to go with MAGA Reacts on that.
Okay, is he even trying to do that? Is he even trying to drain the swamp?
I think at this point, and I can't prove it, but people might be so dug in and so protected that there is no draining the swamp until they die off and they're replaced.
But that didn't answer my question. Is he even making an effort? Has he even shown that he's trying to drain the swamp?
I think he, in his first term, he did try more, in my opinion, to start to drain the swamp. I remember when he was in the White House and he had Nancy Pelosi and I believe Chuck Schumer that was in there with him, and they got caught discussing some shit, and the cameras came in and they just hushed up, and then Trump took over and says, I'm trying to get this on.
Okay, you got a civilized guest coming up. Before I bring up this guest, I want to just say this: draining the swamp can't just be liberals. And you brought up Schumer, you're right. You brought up Nancy Pelosi, I get it. But oddly enough, the stuff we're accusing Nancy Pelosi of doing, Trump is now look like he's doing the same shit, which is.
Buddy, before you bring up the guest, let me say this one last thing, okay? And I'll stay on for your guest.
Mm-hmm.
But let me make this clear. When I say they're all crooked, I'm talking about both parties. I'm not talking about just Democrats.
Yeah, but that's but I said when I asked you, is he trying to drain the swamp? And you brought up, I'm saying that if you're only looking to drain Democrat swamp creatures and you're going to ignore the ones on the right, then you're not trying to drain the swamp. That's what I'm saying, is that I don't see, even in his first term, just like with election fraud, he only sees Democrats cheating. He don't see right-wing election fraud. So go ahead.
Go ahead. I apologize. No, you were saying.
What I'm saying is he's claiming to do shit when really it's just bias. If you're committing swamp creature like acts or you committing election fraud and you have an R behind your name, he ain't gonna even mention you. He only cares about this stuff when it's done by a Democrat. Then that makes you nothing more than a swamp creature. You're okay with corruption, just not when it's on your side.
I'm not okay with corruption.
Trump. I'm talking about Trump. I'm saying Trump is complaining about stuff that he is 100% okay with as long as the person is on his side doing it.
Look, in my opinion, if you want to get rid of the corruption, and I can't speak for Trump, but if you want to get rid of the corruption, my opinion is either we vote all of the old timers out on both parties,
including him, right?
People, both sides.
No, I said including Trump, right?
No, I'm talking about the House and the Senate, where the laws are made.
But the House and the Senate didn't spend $1.5 billion on vanity projects. Didn't spend another $1 billion retrofitting a plane, and spent $20 million going to the Super Bowl, another $15 million going to the basketball game, and I can keep going.
Correct.
His spending habits are way out of control.
And just
we have we have two emoluments clause, foreign and domestic. I don't think Trump understands that, because that $4 billion he made, he shouldn't have.
Right.
Like, that is absolutely against the Constitution.
And just to respond to your question, handsome conservative, just to respond to your question, you were talking about getting rid of the people that make laws. Under Trump's second term, that's been him. Congress ain't been making a lot of laws. That's been him. He's the one.
Right.
You're saying get rid of the corrupt people that are making the laws. It's been him.
I'm saying get rid of the old timers. Remember this. Right now, you are right. Trump is making the laws. I've seen that. I've seen that on the news. Me and you're not going to argue about that, because I agree with you on that. But what I'm saying about the Congress and the Senate is they are just as crooked. I would remind you that they had to pass a law, and they all agreed on this, so they could get donations, aka bribes, to work for the donors instead of the people. Both sides. So if you want to talk corruption, if you really want to talk corruption,
because it's ridiculous that you will sit there and talk about the Congress, but won't give any blame to Donald Trump. And the fact that the man
I just
he blamed Trump.
What I'm saying.
He said Trump too.
I just agree. You're arguing against.
I wanted to say something else. It is the fact that he sleeps all the time now. Y'all don't notice that. Y'all say Joe was incompetent, but yet Donald is barely functioning. The man has had 3 cognitive tests for a reason. They might give you 1 for a baseline, but by the time you've had 3, that means you've had the baseline, the check, and now it's a monitor. They are literally monitoring him for a mental cognitive problem.
Hey,
the fact that y'all don't even resonate with y'all is crazy.
Handsome conservative, before I get rid of this poll on YouTube, I want to ask you, I did a poll. Trump earned $2.2 billion in 2025. This was, and the answers are either legitimate earnings or due to corruption. What is your guess on that? Do you think that $2.2 billion he earned last year was legitimate earnings or due to corruption? What say you?
I don't know. I mean, if I'm going to take a guess, without any evidence, I'd say corruption.
Okay.
I have no evidence. You're asking me to guess.
I think you do have some.
He took the $1 million payments from all the people he gave pardons to, and then wiped out their money that they were supposed to pay back to their victims. So he wiped out almost, half of.
I think there's enough there, Hanson Conservative. Even when it comes to his crypto, he pardoned a huge crypto fraudulent guy who actually is the one that worked on the architect of his cryptocurrency business is making a bunch of money. The Binance guy.
This is what I mean. This is what I mean about coming together on some issues. It should have not been a problem, and your guest up here with me should have immediately agreed, even though she's on the Democratic Party side, when I said, let's get rid of the old timers and get rid of the corruption and the bribery so they would work for the people and not the donors. But instead of agreeing with
Democrats have been doing that. We've been doing that. He didn't tell me to identify one.
Let him finish. Andy, let him finish. Let him finish. Go ahead.
Not going to talk over. Now, what I'm saying is this. If we can't come together on the most basic thing like that, then without going, yeah, but what about?
But you're doing that. You are doing that. We're discussing Trump, and you start broadening it out to all kinds of other people that are not part of the discussion. You're doing that
because corruption isn't only happening right now with Trump. Corruption is widespread throughout the House and the Senate.
But
and it hasn't been
about
for
Trump, and you expanded it.
It has been that way since I have been a child. They have always been corrupted. I'm admitting that there are some problems, and I'm just saying we should come together instead of saying that one is not as important as the other. Let's get rid of it all.
Here's the problem. When we were talking about, I've had a million conversations about Hunter Biden and Burisma and all of the alleged laptop and shit like that. I never heard the right say, well, you know, the Senate and Congress are corrupt too. It was always, let's stay focused on Biden and what he's doing. We never tried to throw in senators and congressmen in that conversation. That's what we're talking about.
Fair enough. But right now,
your audio's gone.
Okay,
there we go.
Hold on a second.
Well, can I point something out real quick? When Democrats identify them, we get rid of them. Eric Swalwell, like Franken, we've been, and we're even primarying our own. Like, if they're not doing what we want, we're primarying them out. We do not see Republicans doing that.
Right. Well, all I'm saying is you got a conservative on here, which I'm going to catch a lot of flack for my side for saying this. Okay. You got a conservative on here right now telling you that the corruption is widespread, and I agree that we need to get rid of all of it. Presidency, House, Senate, the whole bang. We need to get rid of the corrupted old timers, and we need to get fresh blood in there. And believe me, no matter what you say to me, I'm going to catch a lot of shit for saying that out loud. Okay? So go ahead.
All right. Well, you did admit that if you had to guess, Trump's money looks like it's it looks like it's more likely due to corruption. You're not certain is what you said.
I have to, without any evidence, I have to say that. Yes, I don't have any other evidence sitting in front of me. So I'm going to give you that.
Yeah.
And
I'm going to respond by saying that nobody on the right had any actual evidence that Biden or Hunter Biden were guilty either, and they were able to make a decision on believing that Hunter Biden was guilty. So you can, and Hunter Biden didn't make a fraction of the money that Trump has made.
No, that's true.
Well, wait a minute. If he was so dirty, why is it that that court didn't go that way, and that the witnesses in the court case against Hunter Biden turned out to be a Russian? Like, they admitted he lied. So I don't know what you're talking about. You want to talk about how dirty he is, but when you got the Republicans putting in Russians to lie about people, I'd say that's a hell of a lot dirtier.
See, that's the thing. Again, right there. That's a hell of a lot dirtier. Not it's dirty on both sides. Not that we're both doing shit that we shouldn't be doing. It's dirtier. My party is a little bit cleaner than your party. That's the problem. If we want to pull together, we got to stop. We got to stop fighting. We got to stop the bullshit.
You got to stop being hypocrites. See, you say this, but your party is a complete hypocrite. Like Tommy Tucker. I'll give you an example. Handsome. He's up here telling people, oh, you shouldn't be committing fraud. Don't commit voter fraud. This, that, and the other. Tommy right now is caught between an election fraud case and a voter fraud case. So maybe he should sit down.
All right, we'll leave it at that. He dropped. Angie, appreciate you coming on. Thank you.
Thanks.
All right, and I will just say this. Slight point to Handsome Conservative. We do need to come together on some issues we can agree on. However, the counterpoint is if we got a fish on the line, you can't start talking about turtles and other things that are in the sea. I mean, look, he's right. There is widespread corruption throughout Washington. But if we're focusing on Trump, because look, we've been hearing about the left being corrupt throughout Trump's mouth term, his interviews, all that. We don't throw everybody else in that. So that's where I was telling Handsome Conservative that, my last caller, is that when we were talking about the whole Burisma and all how corrupt Hunter Biden was, or when you're talking about Obama, you don't start throwing in, well, the Senate and Congress is doing everything too. No, you kind of stick with the person. So if you're going to do that, be consistent. When the barrel is now aimed at Trump, Don't start throwing all this other stuff in there. That's all I'm saying. In the comments, can you translate? I didn't try. I tried to be honest, but it doesn't matter what I say. No, it does matter, conservative, because I agree we do need to come together on issues. But when we're discussing one issue, the best way to get us to come together is remain consistent on that issue. Do not dilute the issue. I'll give you a perfect example. We're not talking about anything racial today. But for some reason, anytime the slave trade comes up, people start bringing up all kinds of other slave trades happening throughout Europe and other African countries. We're talking about the American slave trade. And so anytime you try to dilute a conversation, yeah, you're going to lose the people you were trying to come together with. Because now it starts looking like you really aren't concerned with this issue. You really would. Black Lives Matter is another one. Everybody knows why they're yelling Black Lives Matter. They're suggesting that, well, you're not treating Black lives as if they're important as everybody else's. Then when you throw in all lives matter, then you're kind of diluting the conversation because they're not talking about these other groups. The other groups ain't complaining that they feel like their lives don't matter as much. Well, why don't you say all lives? Or why don't, so when you dilute the conversation, and I'll say that to you, handsome conservative, I agree with your point with the exception of the dilution. When you do that, that's what causes that issue. And I see somebody in the comments saying blue lives. Blue lives is another one. Can you imagine blue lives matter and then the fire department? Well, red lives matter too. But she says blue lives matter, but beating the Capitol Police. Yeah. And then that's some hypocrisy stuff. Anyway, tap in the screen, get the likes up to 130 if you will. Looking in the comments before we move on. Help you out the Hat Mustache. We got actually somewhat close. Hat Mustache TikTok cap goes, if you will. The drug cartels are absolutely not stronger than ever. I don't know where that came from. 1.4 billion in 1 year, the most corrupt president in history. He actually earned 2.2 billion. He earned 1.4 billion just from the crypto shit. I think he earned like 600,000 from Bibles. And here's another one too. I think MAGA Reacts and Handsome Conservative was talking about, well, I don't have any proof. They tried to pass a law in Oklahoma that required Bibles be in the schools. All children from K through 12 rather. Now they're doing it in Texas, but when they tried to do it in Oklahoma, all children from K through 12 had to read the Bible, and the school superintendent, big Trump supporter, was trying to pass a law that the only Bibles they could use are Bibles that also include the Constitution. Trump is the only manufacturer of Bibles that come with a Constitution. So it was literally just a giveaway to President Trump. Now, the Oklahoma superintendent has since resigned, and Oklahoma was saved from having religion shoved down their throats. But one thing happened. They had already bought the Bibles. So the state of Oklahoma purchased enough Bibles to cover thousands of students, and they're all Trump Bibles. Trump made like $600,000 off selling Bibles, and he is not known as being a Christian. That happened. That absolutely happened. So when folks say, well, I don't, yeah, it looks bad, but I don't know if I see any evidence of stuff that's corrupt. There's a million things there. I mean, him telling people to buy, he invested money in the UFC right before the UFC fight the other week. I mean, it's millions of this little shit there. I mean, he is literally putting money in places and then doing things to make sure that place makes money. I mean, he gave no bid contracts to companies that his son Barron invested in. Defense contracts. This kid is like 20 years old. So you can just guide the people to where you want them to go. Just invest in Raytheon right before war starts. I mean, it's that simple. If you know you're about to strike Iran, then you tell, as he say, Hunter, his kids are running his companies. You tell them to invest in shit that you know is going to be used to bomb Iran. Parts that go in missiles, fuel, all of this. Invest in these companies because we're going to hit them tomorrow, and we're going to need more. I mean, The evidence is overwhelming that he is doing shit that is a conflict of interest. It's literally overwhelming. But for folks who suggest they haven't seen enough proof to condemn Trump, I'll just tell you this. This is something that absolutely will come out. Once you get a more unbiased administration, or definitely liberals in there, and they're actually able to do some real audits. I mean, you can just look at a lot of Trump's Truth Social posts where he says stuff like, now is a good time to buy before making a major decision. The evidence is overwhelming. The evidence is overwhelming that he has been doing things legislatively that is going to turn into a windfall for him in another day or two, or for his friends. The evidence of it is overwhelming. Like I mentioned earlier, the reflective pool. He just happens to give a contract to a guy to paint the pool blue that's a big Trump donor. And the guy gets a no-bid contract. And not only that, but then the guy does a shitty job. And instead of Trump admitting it was a shitty job, he makes up all this other bullshit stuff like it was vandals, and the pool that originally could not be cut if you used a knife was suddenly sliced with a box cutter. The evidence is overwhelming. He's doing things that don't look right. This guy gets a no-bid. Who the hell gets a no-bid contract to paint a pool? I can see if you've bombed Gaza and people are starving and you're going to rebuild Gaza or ship food over there, and you need to do it right away, so there's a no-bid contract because we need to do this really quick. This is painting a pool blue. There's no reason in hell that should have been a no-bid contract. If you had held a bid contract, probably would have got somebody willing to do it for cheaper that actually knew what they were doing. But because he had a no-bid contract and gave the contract to his own campaign donor, guy goes in there, does a shitty job, and now he got to pay even more money to fix the fuck up. Yeah, I guarantee that he's doing things that are corrupt. Guaranteed this is happening. You think some of these donors are not being told ahead of time, if you look out for the campaign, I hear you guys are into construction. We just happen to have a federal building that needs to be built. You look like you should be donating money to my campaign. I think some of your workers need a job, don't they? I mean, you don't think this stuff is happening? They actually he hosted $500,000, some astronomical amount, a $500,000 a plate dinner or something like that at Mar-a-Lago to get access to the president. The president. This wasn't for campaign for, he was the president at the time. So all of a sudden, all of these big time businessmen pay the money. And then of course, it wouldn't be hard to trace what suddenly happened that benefited all these guys after that dinner. I think the evidence is kind of overwhelming that he's doing shit that's corrupt. But as I stated earlier to MAGA Reacts, you didn't need much to believe that Hunter Biden was corrupt. When Trump is doing all this stuff, you're just not asking questions. You didn't need that. You were able to come to a conclusion that Hunter Biden was wrong like that. Trump is doing this stuff, and I need to see all sorts of proof. Alter ego. Appreciate that. Thank you. Going back to the box. I mean, he's doing all kinds of stuff that don't look right. What about Trump is a draft dodger, warmonger with other people's kids, of course, and then he loses to Iran? How, embarrassing. Well, the draft dodger thing seems fairly legit. When you say he's, a warmonger with other people's kids, I think everybody does that. Most of the people that send our kids in the war, they're doing it with other people's kids. I mean, George W. Bush took us into Iraq for 20 years. None of his kids are at war. None of his kids are in the military. So that's kind of par for the course in this country. But yeah, I get it. You said how embarrassing. This is what we're dealing with. Let me go back to the box. Tap the screen. Help your boy out the hat and mustache. Tick-tock cap goes. MAGA was complaining about the Biden corruption, but silent on this. They're not only silent on it, a lot of them are defending it. Travelman. Good evening. Welcome to the program, Travelman. Too many blaming the other side to actually look at the full problem. Good show. Have a good night. You're right about that. People are blaming the other side. I don't disagree with that. I think that this wouldn't be at such an apex if you didn't have Trump on television every time doing that. Hey, look, I believe that the country could unite if you had a unifying administration. But a lot of the way the people are acting is the way the leadership is acting. Whether we're talking intolerance toward each other, hate toward each other, blaming everything on each other. I mean, we're doing what we're imitating what's coming from the top. Travelman, good evening.
How you doing, Tim?
I don't know, man. This show has been depressing. I mean, folks are suggesting that Trump could be as bad as Adolf with the final solution to colored people. Tell me, people of color, tell me you don't agree with that, right?
The organization will be a reflection of the leader. Doesn't matter if it's an organization of two or organization of...
Did he get a call? We'll give him a second. I think Travelman may have gotten a call. Are you there?
Yeah.
Okay, what were you saying now?
It doesn't matter the size of the organization. It'll be a reflection of the leader.
Yeah.
Right now, we got Trump. Okay. Some of the stuff I hear, I agree with. The other part is, I believe that the people give MAGA and the Republican Party too much power. Okay.
Explain that.
They coming for black people. Okay. Or the other thing that you said where they trying to get, they're gonna get rid of everybody. And before we get to that stage, we would be in a civil war. Okay. And people like to go back and talk about, well, this is what they did in the 1800s. This is what they did in 1940, 1950. This is 2026. People are packing.
But wait a minute. So you don't buy into the notion that history could repeat itself?
No, no. They might try. That's why I say we'll be in a civil war. Because people are not going to go. Yeah, but people of color in this country are greatly outnumbered and outgunned, though. You would lose that probably, wouldn't we? But see, this is the thing, though. It's not just the people of color.
True.
Okay, and not only that, you say outgunned, so you're saying outgunned by the military.
Outgunned by, I actually think even when it comes to the white community, there are more firearms in that community than the communities of color.
I agree, but there's also a tremendous amount of firearms in the communities of color.
That is true.
So what I'm saying is that this is not going to be, people make it sound like it's going to be a walk in the park. When they
No, I don't. Yeah, I agree with that. The resistance,
it'll be a civil war.
Yeah, because now you're dealing with a group of people that have tasted freedom and they know what it's like. When we were talking about the original Civil War, those people had never tasted freedom. These people know what that's like.
Yeah, but say as an example, and let's use Chicago, since everybody like to beat up on Chicago. Okay,
everybody on the right.
Let's say the white people in Chicago or in the Cook County area decide, we're gonna get rid of all the black folks, we're gonna attack them. Do you think they would be successful?
No, but it would have a lot more. I don't think that's how it would work, though. I think what would end up happening is you would have a lot of outsiders coming into Chicago, because Chicago is predominantly black, so they certainly aren't going to do it in Chicago. But all the outsiders that are coming from Wisconsin and Indiana and Iowa and shit, now you got a lot more people.
Yeah, but then you got the people coming from Wisconsin, but then you also got the black folks coming from Milwaukee.
Yeah, but I don't think they're going to make it, Travelman, because between Milwaukee and Chicago, it's none but all white areas. So they're not going to make that trip.
Y'all give these people too much power.
I'm just explaining you how it goes.
Too much power. Number one, you think it's going to be all white people, just like
it's not. It's not going to be all white.
It's not going to be all black people.
You think there's going to be some black people on the side of whites in that?
Oh, no. I'm a firm believer in that we'll never get to that point because we'll be in a civil war. We'll destroy the country. And if they want to do that, then that's what they'll get. But you also got to remember, you got a high percentage of the military that is not white.
True.
It's a very high percentage that is not white, and they're not going to go with white people attacking black communities. They're just not going to do it. You know, so that part, I just don't.
But did that really happen with? I mean, because ICE was somewhat attacking communities of color, and there's a lot of people of color working for ICE.
Yeah, but you bringing in a different thing now. When you're talking about that's a different because now
I'm just saying you're talking about a member, an arm of the U.S. government and a law enforcement arm of the U.S. government, and they were able to find them. They were able to get them to do that.
Yeah, they would get them to go after supposedly illegal immigrants. So you go number one, ICE don't have the ability or the legal ability to come into those communities unless they're operating under immigration.
Yeah, but everybody knows that ICE. Everybody knows that ICE wasn't just going at the illegal immigrants. They were fucking with all kinds of shit. If you were brown, you could get it. Didn't matter if you were born here or not.
So if you have ICE and ICE is coming in there, and their main purpose is to get rid of black folks, you think the ICE agents that's gonna go into those neighborhoods, you think they're just gonna go in there willy-nilly? I don't think so.
Well, I think it would be,
for the most part they won't.
Well, but you got to keep in mind, even when Adolf was doing the final solution, he wasn't telling them this is what we're here to do, is to round you up and take your life. I mean, they were lying to him about it. You don't find out that's what the goal is until the last minute. By then, you're already in captivity.
But see, now you're talking 1940s. We're talking 2026. We're talking everybody's communicating. You're talking you can have a flash mob of 10,000 people in a park in a couple of hours. That's the kind of
but a lot of your communication can easily be disrupted by the government. I mean, if they take out the internet and take out the internet and the cell towers, you essentially have no communication.
Then they have no communication.
No,
you keep moving the goalposts.
I don't know about that.
So they take out the communication for what? That particular area, or they take it out for the whole country?
I mean, most likely it's not going to be done to the whole country at the same time. It would probably be areas.
So you got people, you got places around where they're going. They still have the internet, so therefore they're able to communicate. Okay, so you keep moving the goalposts. There's a solution for everything that you're saying.
I want to agree with you. I want to agree with you on your side of it. I mean, because the conversations I've had today have been depressing, man. I want to think there's a lot of hope, like what you're saying.
Because I believe that number one, it's 77 million people that didn't vote for this dude. That's the ones that didn't vote for him. Then you take in another X amount of millions of people that didn't vote at all.
Yeah.
So where do they come out outnumbering everybody at? I'm just asking. Okay.
Well,
the reason we're in the situation that we're in right now, the reason that they're able to do what they're doing is because we have a Congress that has been denutted. They have totally capitulated to Trump. There's no investigations, no committee hearings, nothing has been done in the 18 months that this dude has been in office. So therefore, he's run amok. He's doing excuse my French, he's doing whatever the fuck he want to do, just like he did the first 2 years he was in last time. And then the Democrats took over, and Nancy Pelosi came in there and shut his ass down. And for 2 years, they ain't do a damn thing.
So what happens in the midterms? Do you foresee a blue wave Senate and Congress, or at least Congress?
I do. If the Democrats get aggressive and they put good candidates up,
if it's as bad as what you and I are saying, like, damn, what do the Democrats got to do? I mean, if it's this bad, you should be willing to vote for somebody you don't even fucking know at this point.
What the Democrats got to do, they have to be aggressive. And they have to go for it, man. They got to have a backbone. They gotta. When they do something to put out some of that bullshit they put out there, say no, that's a lie. Don't do it. No, this is misinformation. No, that's a freaking lie. This is what you guys have done. Come January, when the rest of that damn bill kicks in, because they set it all up to take effect after the midterms. Come January, the shit gonna hit the fan.
What else? Give me some of the I won't say greatest hits, but give me some of the worst hits. What else is coming down the pipe after them. You talking about the big beautiful bill? What else is coming down the pipe?
Yeah, all the Medicaid cuts and SNAP and EBT, all that, the full effect of that kicks in January. I mean, yeah, January. The full effect of that kicks in.
What is the goal? You know, this is not exactly what we're talking about, but in regards to this stuff in Trump's administration, what is the goal? To just be cruel to people? I mean, like, that's what it is. Like, it just seems like the goal is just to treat the downtrodden, and particularly immigrants and people that come, just treat them really bad. What is the goal of this stuff?
If they look and say, these people voted for us anyway, and we told them what we were going to do. And when Trump said that I don't know anything about Project 2025, whoever believed that had a serious case of head up Trump's ass syndrome. Because everybody, anytime 100 and some people from your administration is involved with something and you don't know anything about it, to top it off, you're a pathological liar. Everything that comes out of your mouth is a lie.
Well, so I don't think it was heads up Trump's ass syndrome. I think it was more of they didn't do the research. They didn't know 100 members of his administration were part of it. A lot of that kind of stuff. And not to mention what's on Project 2025. It's a 900-page document. They didn't read it. And some of the excerpts, it's shocking. It's horribly bad.
Yeah, and then take a look at what they've done. I mean, anything that deals with regular people, they have either cut it, terminated it, or reduced or suspended it. Okay, anything dealing with community programs like that they use in Chicago and all the major cities, they cut a lot of that stuff.
Yeah.
The Consumer Finance Protection Bureau, they gutted that. The certain departments within DOJ that dealt with civil rights and things like that, they gutted all that stuff. Anything dealing with, look at what they did when they took away the power that unions have. And people still run around here and they sing his praises. What the hell? In 18 months, everything has been about we're gonna deport everybody, we're gonna do this, we're gonna do that. You've been in charge for 18 months. Where's the freaking immigration bill? You've been there for 18 months.
Well, and that's the thing. You really haven't gotten a lot of bills and legislation out of Trump. It's just been him. It's just been him.
They can't pass anything, and then now you're trying to pass the SAVE Act, which everybody knows is a bunch of crap. I mean, and you're spending what is it, $40 million for a building that's worth $12 million on these different buildings that they're trying to buy. I mean, it's all a big grift. And then to top it off, you got this guy riding around in a gifted plane. The president of the United States, the most powerful man in the world, riding around in a plane that was gifted to him.
That should be illegal. You shouldn't be. I mean, Air Force One has no business being something that was formerly owned by another country. That just should. That's something they need to pass a law after Trump. Nobody can ever. Air Force One must be made and maintained in America 100%.
This is once again everything that's going on, Tim, goes back to damn Congress. All this stuff that he's doing, he couldn't do this without Congress. They have, anything that they scared of him, And then you talk about he made $2 billion. They love to talk about socialism, but you got the government buying into different companies, into NVIDIA. And all these
Axios. Well, I got a viewer in the comments right now that's saying again, what fraud? Peekaboo is asking what fraud are you guys? I mean, the guy made $2.2 billion, more money than he's made in any other year of his life, and he's claiming his money was made by a blind trust. So he himself, as a successful businessman, has never made this kind of money in a single year. But the year he happens to be president and put his money in a blind trust and let somebody else manage it, he just blows the fuck up. And they're like, yeah, that sounds legitimate.
But see, this is the thing, though, Tim. See, this is what they like to do. What fraud? Did we mention fraud? We didn't say anything about fraud.
I'm mentioning it. I mentioned I asked the poll question on. Here's what I asked on YouTube. I said Trump earned $2.2 billion in 2025, and I say, was this due to legitimate earnings or due to corruption? Right now, I got almost 300 people responded. 35% said it was legitimate earnings. 65% say due to fraud. I mean, due to corruption. I'm saying
corruption. Now it is corruption.
Yeah.
Now it's corruption, and the part of the corruption, like you say, he bought stock in Dell, and then he started talking Dell up. His family, which you guys been talking about, they sitting on all these boards. You know, the big thing was, well, Hunter Biden didn't know anything about the gas or petrol or whatever it is. What the hell? Why is he on the Burisma board? Okay, well, what the hell do Don Jr. and Eric is just a step above special ed. What the hell are they doing sitting on boards that dealing with the different contracts that they're getting, drones and stuff? They not sitting. They don't know anything about that.
Barron Trump is like 20 years old and he's getting defense. No bid. Once again, no bid contracts. This is all this no bid shit. I mean, yeah, the fraud is obvious. It's to the point where, as I've said before, if a liberal like Hunter Biden and Biden was doing this stuff, you wouldn't need a fraction of the evidence you're demanding to convict Trump. I mean, you would see $2.2 billion being made by a president is like Nancy Pelosi. You don't need proof that what Nancy Pelosi did was corrupt, or even Marjorie Taylor Greene. You guys are claiming she's fraudulent. You're not asking questions. You've seen enough already. But this guy makes $2.2 billion, and now you need all sorts of evidence.
Okay, but see, Nancy Pelosi, they love to bring her up, but they never bring up the fact that her husband is an investment banker and has been for over 30 years. Okay, they don't bring that up. See, they only thing with MAGA and Republicans / conservative in general, they only like to tell part of the story that sounds good and that they can tell their people, but they don't put the rest of it out there. So they don't put out the fact that we got stock in U.S. Steel and all this other stuff that we're doing, or that Don Jr. and his sidekick. They sit on the board of these companies, which gives them access to 14 other companies. See, they don't talk about none of that. That is called corruption. What happened with the reflecting pool? That is corruption.
Right. I bet you when the truth finally comes out, you're going to find out that all of them, Trump, his sons, probably Melania, all of them earned more money in this last year or so than they did their whole life. All of them. All of their incomes blew up when Trump became president. And somehow we're supposed to believe ain't none of that corrupt. They all just this one time in history when dad becomes president, all you guys are just making it say, the only response they're going to be able to say is, well, I bet Hunter Biden or Obama. I mean, there is no answer for this other than this dude is doing shit that is enriching his family astronomically well.
Well, Steve Bannon said it. He said that if the Democrats take control of the House, and especially they take control of the Senate, he said people are going to jail.
Yeah.
That's what Steve Bannon said. He said, I'm going to jail, you going to jail, you going to jail.
They also said that. They also said, I think Elon Musk had said something like that if they didn't win the 2024 election as well. He had said, I mean, they know they doing shit they don't supposed to be doing.
Yeah, because they went come January, soon as that damn gavel is dropped and the Democrats got control of the House, the investigations are going to start. As soon as the committee heads are named and the majority members are put in place, the investigations are going to start. You can bet cash money they put it in place now. And if they get control of the Senate, they really got a problem.
Some of them motherfuckers gonna be leaving the country. I gotta move it on, but expect some of them to have dual citizenship and actually act on it. Some of them are gonna leave the country.
Yeah, and I'll leave it on this note, Tim. I understand what people are saying about they coming for us or they coming for this, but you gotta remember how many millions and millions and millions of people voted against this dude or didn't vote at all. So they don't once they don't control the Congress, then their power is gone.
You give me hope, Travelman. Thank you. That was a more pleasant phone call compared to what I've had. Thank you. I appreciate that. I can go to sleep. I can finally go to sleep tonight. Real quick, I'm gonna change the poll, but to end this poll here, right at 300 respondents, and yeah, Trump earned $2.2 billion in 2025. This was whether or not it was legitimate earnings or due to corruption. 35-65. 35% say it was legitimate. 65% say it was corrupt. So I'll say this in defense of some of my beloved MAGA on this side of the aisle. It has not been definitively proven beyond a reasonable doubt that Trump is corrupt. It has not been definitively proven beyond a reasonable doubt. So I'll say that in defense of Trump, but however, I am going to point out it was never definitively proven beyond a reasonable doubt that Nancy Pelosi or Hunter Biden were corrupt either, and it didn't stop Trump himself from saying the guy was corrupt. So I just want to say that. I just want to point that out, is that when it came to liberals, you didn't need all this proof to come to a conclusion that you're now demanding on President Trump. And that to me just reeks of bias. But before we move on to the next guest, I do want to play this clip. I played this earlier, but I think it's worthy of hearing again because it's been a minute. But this is Don Jr. back during the campaign.
But Joe embarrassed himself enough last night. But let's talk about the double standard. So a couple years ago, Joe Biden brings his son, Hunter Biden, who's a journeyman investor, to China with him on Air Force Two. A week later, Hunter Biden comes back with $1.5 billion from the Chinese government. I know some of the most successful investors in America, guys with actual track records, guys that people have heard of, guys that have done it and been successful over and over again. They'd say, Don, I go to China, I've been going for 15 years, I can't get a dollar. Hunter Biden, that no one's ever heard of, comes back with $1.5 billion.
Couple of things. First of all, Hunter Biden is not worth anywhere near $1.5 billion. So I don't, unless he's saying that Hunter Biden allegedly secured a $1.5 billion deal for the government and skimmed some of it off the top. But Hunter Biden is nobody's ever suggested Hunter Biden is worth $1.5 billion. But you hear what he says, that he's talked to people who are exceptionally successful, and they're saying, I've been to China and I never came back with $1.5 billion. Well, that's going to apply to his father now, is that there are business people out there that are exceptionally successful and they don't make $1 billion in 1 year. How did Trump make $2.2 billion in a single year? There's not many businessmen on the planet that make $1 billion in a single year. That would put him way up there at the top in terms of successful business. I mean, there's a lot of successful businessmen all over the world. Making $2 billion in a single year, there's not a lot of business people that do that. And when you look at the previous 79 years of his career, he wasn't coming close to doing that. He wasn't coming close to making $2.2 billion in a single year. Denkel, good evening. Welcome to the program.
Good evening. Good evening.
Yeah. So what do you think? Do you think it's a possibility that Trump earned all that money legitimately due to a blind trust, as he's saying?
Earned it legitimately? Is that a real question?
That's a real scenario they're claiming, that it was legitimate earnings.
Well, you just listen to his son, and his son will explain to you that there's probably about 2 or 3 people, maybe about 4 or 5 in this world that made over $2 billion
in 1 year. Yeah. I would assume Elon or maybe Jeff Bezos. I mean, did Jeff Bezos even make money? I mean, that's crazy that he made $2 billion in 1 year, and they're trying to say that somehow, some way, he was just really good at investing.
Right, and then the majority of the money came from what? Came from the same crypto that he basically deregulated the whole crypto space. So it's like the wild fucking West out there, and we only know from what he's reporting on his financial records. because you can't trace crypto like that.
Right.
People could just be pumping money into those cryptos, which just look like losses to people, investors. But if you do it on purpose, you put the money into the crypto, you know it's going to go into his pocket, and you're going to lose your money. That's a way to funnel money to somebody.
How about this though? In the comments, I got a viewer on YouTube saying you can make that kind of money if you're smart. Trump made the money off of ongoing business deals for 6 years.
Right. I guess the same big deal. He bought a whole bunch of stock in Dell, the computer company, and then the next week the government gave him a contract to provide all computers for the whole goddamn country.
Yeah.
I guess that's just being smart, huh?
Yeah, I'll tell you. To me, the bias becomes obvious when you take into consideration. Ain't none of you guys ever saying, "Well, I guess Nancy Pelosi could have made that money if she's really smart." You were 100% certain Nancy Pelosi was committing fraud or doing shit that was wrong. Not once did you ever say, you know, she is in charge of Congress. She's been in Washington for most of her adult. You know, she could make that money if she was smart. Not once did she ever say that. But with Trump, all of a sudden, he might just be smart enough. The guy with all the bankruptcies.
Somebody says that Nancy Pelosi's husband is an actual he's an investor. He's a stock market investor.
Yeah.
You're talking about Trump and his kids all of a sudden buying into a crypto company, and then 2 weeks later they get a fucking no
big contract, yeah.
To sell the government fucking drones.
And you in your comment actually falls on some really good ears right now, because MAGA Reacts is saying Nancy Pelosi was not a businesswoman. So you're right. It's her husband. Her husband was an investor. I mean,
right. They don't mention that. They don't mention that part. They just mention that Nancy Pelosi is corrupt because she's insider trading.
Yeah.
But if what they're saying is smart people can make money like that, maybe her husband is just smart.
Yeah.
They won't use that logic though when they're talking about somebody on the left. It only applies
to Trump
when somebody on the right is doing it.
They're not even applying that logic to Marjorie Taylor Greene. She's worth $25 million. They even said Marjorie Taylor Greene ripped the system off. They don't have any proof of that. They even throwing her under the bus.
Right. They're saying that the Clintons, they was doing all of this stuff. Listen, I don't necessarily agree with how they necessarily got all of their money. But what they did is they had a nonprofit, probably one of the biggest ones in the world. And those nonprofits got hundreds of millions of dollars donated to them. And them, as the proprietors, as the people that run the nonprofit, they get to get a cut as far as running the nonprofit. That's just the way it goes for everybody. But they accuse them, oh, they stole hundreds of millions of dollars. No, they didn't. What
they need to do, and I'm sure this is never going to happen, but it's a pipe dream, I guess I would say, is that you almost need a guy like when Arnold Schwarzenegger became governor of California. He promised, I'm not going to make any movies or anything. I'm going to focus on just being governor. And he kept that promise. For those 6 years he was governor of California, he didn't make any movies or get involved in any projects. You need somebody to come in there like that. I think Obama didn't have a lot of businesses.
Every president has done that. They're confusing what the presidents do after they leave office with them using the office to make money. This is two different things. Obama made money because of books that he wrote before he became president. Then after he left the office, he got a deal with Netflix, and he got speaking arrangement payments, which every president rich people want to hear what the president of the United States went through, was thinking, all that kind of shit. And they'll pay them $1 million to come sit there and talk about this shit.
Yeah.
They all do it.
Well, shit, what is her name? Melania Trump she made good money off of that Amazon movie or whatever.
Right. They're not this is why they're in office. But they're comparing that to, oh, well, how did Obama get this much money? He's actually producing a comedy right now with Larry David. As far as his Netflix contract, he produced that movie, Leave the World Behind. Like, he's actually earning the fucking money that his contract gave him through Netflix, but they're complaining like he was in office making movies and using the government. Like, it don't even make sense.
But that's the point I'm making, is when it comes to a liberal, you don't need to see a whole lot to come to a conclusion they're being corrupt. But when Trump makes this astronomically large sum of money, you know, maybe he was just smart. I mean, like the dude with all the bankruptcies, he's the guy you talking about? Like, I mean,
the guy that said a couple of years ago that Qatar was the most terrorist organization, and if anybody got anything from them, they should give it back. A few years later, he's on TV saying the opposite. What's wrong with them giving us a gift?
You know, to me, what's really frightening about this is when you know, look, because I know he supposedly had his own money when he got elected, and you know he claims he didn't allegedly take a salary and all of that, so we should have known he couldn't be bought, because you know he ain't bought and paid for like the deep state or like the liberals, because you know he already had his own money. All I see out of President Trump is moving and shaking that indicates he can be bought. I mean, like you mentioned the Qatar jet. I mean, it just sounds like if you give him money, or even to a lesser degree, kiss his ass, you can get all kinds of stuff done from him. I mean, he can be bought. It's to me, it's as clear as day. That guy can be bought up and down every way till Sunday. Would you not agree with that? That president can be bought, can be purchased?
Of course. I mean, look. There's a saying that, look, everybody has a price. I mean, Trump just out here making money all willy.
Yeah.
All kinds of places. He don't give a shit where it comes from. We got him on tape at a foreign meeting where a leader of another country comes up to him and says, "Hey, you know about that deal we got going on. You need to put me in contact with your son Eric or Don Jr. What? No, that shit's illegal."
Do you think there will ever be any accountability for it?
No, not for him or his son. The Supreme Court locked that up for him.
I don't agree with that. I don't agree with you on that, Denker. I think the Supreme Court, when they gave him immunity, it was in regards to operating for the betterment of this country. I think some of the things he is doing is just making, like, you know, some of the crypto shit, some of that stuff he's doing has nothing to do with making the country better. I think there are some things, or even running the country. Like blowing up boats off the coast of Venezuela, yeah, he can spin that to suggest he's trying to defend the United States or whatever. But I do believe there are some things he's done that, you know, like for instance, talking about this, it's a good time to buy, or giving his friend a no-bid contract and stuff like that. I think some of that stuff is just for the betterment of himself.
I get that, but what I would tell you about that is I understand what you're saying, but what the Supreme Court gave him was enough of an argument that he can run this shit out for the next 10 fucking years. He'll never.
Yeah.
You see what he's doing right now? Like he get his people to just go in there and say some stupid shit, talking about he should be able to defame E. Jean Carroll because he was the president when he said it, and technically that falls under, like, that's the kind of shit he's saying in court, and it just stretched this shit out year after year. The Supreme Court says some shit, and what does he say? They said the other day, birthright citizenship is just what the fuck it said. And what did he say the same fucking day? What did the people come out and say? We're going to appeal that decision. It's the fucking Supreme Court. It's time that they're going to appeal them and ask them to
Yeah, I don't think we've ever had a president before that basically looked a judge in the face and said, "Fuck the courts." I don't think we've ever had that. And that's what, you know, something, because of that, that's what really concerns me with the midterms. Is like, I mean, the way Trump moves, does it really matter who you vote for?
Does it matter who we vote for?
Yeah, I mean, if the guy is going to do his own thing, even if the will of the people says that they want some Democrats in office, if Trump thinks that, and keep in mind, Trump is fighting for his life. I mean, not only is if the Democrats win the House and Senate, we know that he's going to be a lame duck president, but it goes way beyond that. The Democrats are going to be investigating him. They're going to be investigating his There could possibly be criminality. They're going to even up to and including try to get him kicked out of office. So Trump is fighting for his life. So the point I'm making is, even if the will of the people suggests that we want the Democrats to be in control of the House and Senate, do you think Trump is just going to let that happen?
No, of course we know he's not going to let it happen. But I say that to say it shouldn't matter who we vote for. Yes, if the numbers are over the top,
too big to rig.
Yeah, I do believe that will play a factor in it. But we know he's going to try something, and we just don't know what it is. You see, he just sent those 268 FBI agents down to Georgia to look at the fraud, which he can't find. You done took the ballots. You done motherfucking fucked everybody over in the state, took all our information. Now you gonna send 260 agents to do what? That's just softening shit up.
Yeah. I don't see how the Democrats, I do not see how the Democrats win the midterms if you got a president that has the kind of power Trump does and you know he's willing to use it for evil.
Yeah, I mean, look, we scrolled past the last time. we scrolled. I just gotta believe it's some honest people that are going to say no. And I don't know. We don't know what he's going to do, just like we didn't know he was doing all of that. The last time we thought he was just doing little shit on the outskirts. Then we found out it was fake electors and all of this planning for January 6th and Thomas, Justice Thomas's wife busting in all of these people from around the goddamn country. Like, we found out it was much bigger than what it.
Well, I will just say this. I've done polls on this and talked on this on other lives and on here and asked folks, if it's one thing I think all Democrats agree on, it's exactly what we're talking about, is that if Trump loses in the midterms, he is not going to just let that happen. I think everybody on the left and even a ton of independents agree that. I mean, after seeing, 2020, what he did with the whole, stop the steal and all that shit, it's pretty clear that he don't have a problem fucking with elections. But in this case, he has a lot more to lose now than he did in 2020, because in 2020 he just lost the election. In this case, they're gonna be coming after him, potentially his kids, their money, their freedom, their legacy. I mean, there's a lot more on the line now. So if he did that,
he's just gonna pardon all of them, and he's holding that ace in the hole about pardoning himself, because he know that'll be held up in court for about 10 years. While we figure out whether a president can or cannot pardon himself. And Congress ain't doing nothing, because they could be heading this off at the pass. Just like remember they headed off at the pass after the election, whether the vice president could or could not stop the election.
Right.
They could be doing that right now, but obviously the people
they will do that if it's Democrats in the midterms. The Democrats are gonna prevent him from. Yeah, the Democrats are going to prevent that shit. But the thing about it is, the Democrats don't take office until January of next year if they win. So maybe he writes the pardon up before then.
Right. I'm sure he's going to. Well, he's not going to pull that card unless it gets to the end of a. If they what do they call that again? What they do to the president when they try to kick him out?
Impeachment.
Yeah. At the end of impeachment, if he sees it's close enough, he'll probably wait until the very last second. He's not going to show his hand.
Do you need to see that motherfucking hand? You know he's doing this. Trump giving himself a pardon, and most of the people in his administration a pardon. You know that this is just like when Biden said he wasn't going to pardon his son. You knew that was going to happen no matter. Trump is going to pardon himself. That's guaranteed.
They was going to find him guilty and try to throw the whole fucking book
okay.
for some bullshit.
Fair enough. But when Biden indicated that if his son was found guilty, he would let justice take its course. We knew that wasn't true. If they find your son guilty, you ain't letting your son sit there. And you certainly ain't going to let him sit there under the Trump administration.
Well, I mean, look, that's the whole thing that the right doesn't even contemplate. It was under him, his son was convicted.
Yeah.
But they still paint him out as weaponizing the DOJ. His son got
I mean, look, I'm not going to pretend like I understand the logic of Trump, because most of the things that MAGA complain about in regards to a corrupt government, it was happening while Trump was in power. Both of the elections he claimed that were stolen, his taxes being leaked on the IRS. I mean, that stuff is happening while you're president. I mean, so I don't want to pretend like I understand their logic, but all of the corruption that they complain about is happening under his watch. When Biden is president, when Obama's president, you suddenly won free and fair. They only cheated you when you were running the country.
Right.
So,
what a lot of people don't understand or don't want to understand, with this stuff about the plane and gifts and giving them gold bars and some made up peace prizes and stuff. Listen.
Forgot all about that.
Me myself when I was in the military, I could not donate money to the government. If I was working on a project and I found out I was missing some nut or a bolt or a pulley or something, I couldn't just go to Home Depot and buy it with my own money. I have to fill out paperwork. You can't just give. So him taking a plane that we know is only going to be used by him, and then somehow he gets to take it when he leaves, even though they said it was for the American people. It's just a crime out in the open.
Yeah, I'm curious with Obama's presidential library costing $850 million, which seems insane. I'm curious to see how much Trump's going to cost, because he's working on his while he's alive. He's going to build that shit himself.
What would it be? It would be like a detention center. Be set up kind of like you know what I'm saying? He would be showing how many people he removed from. What would be in his library besides?
Well, he could take a small portion of the wall. So when you go visit, you got to go through the wall, have some barbed wire. I mean, he could have a little bit of alligator Alcatraz. Maybe you get your snacks and shit. You get your concession stand, be a little small alligator Alcatraz. He could do something like that.
Good thing, the alligator Alcatraz is now closed. They are not housing people there anymore. But,
well,
hey, the last thing I want to say is that these people the right is upset about the Supreme Court because they said, you could, if you were born here, you get to stay here, right?
Mm-hmm.
You become an American.
Birthright citizenship, yeah.
So now with Mr. Buck Dance Thomas and Alito and them are saying is that when they wrote that, the meaning was only for freed slaves, right? They were saying it was just for black people, and it shouldn't include anybody else, right?
That's what they said, yeah.
Okay, so you with me on that part. But now, what they're saying now today, when they ruled on the Voting Rights Act and all of that stuff about DEI and all of that stuff, what was their final ruling? That you can't have laws or rules that only apply to a specific race.
Yeah, that's a good point. That's a really good point. Wow. Yeah, they did. Yeah, that is a good point.
Yes, it is. Yes. But now you can't do it. It got to be everybody. But now they want to go back to 18 something and say what they was thinking about back then when we was on. They tell my damn Clarence Thomas is an originalist. His black ass wouldn't even be on the phone.
I don't know what I get.
Of a human being if we went by the originalist writings.
I get called coons and sellouts and shit. I don't know where they found Clarence Thomas. Now that brother right there.
They got a jewel. They found a jewel when they got him.
You know what I think it is? He's getting paid. I think he's getting paid.
Man, listen, man. The dude got a billionaire to buy his mama's house and pay for it.
Yeah.
Man, he was a sitting fucking Supreme Court justice. Just think about that. I don't give a fuck who you is. As a grown ass man, you ain't buying my mama's house.
He also got student loans and all kinds of Clarence Thomas is Clarence Thomas got got bought and paid for. I got to move it on, but it's
going on safaris where they probably was tracking black people and shit.
they definitely found a compromised one in Clarence Thomas.
They got one of him, bro.
He's for justice. He's fucked his own legacy up because I mean he ain't gonna get no points from the black community from now until the end of time. I mean, like I don't know. He definitely is bought and paid for it. But then Cal, go ahead.
And the thing he replaced Marshall on the court.
George Bush found a real one. I gotta go. George Bush found a real one. Thanks.
Yeah.
Tap the screen, get the likes on up. I'll let you go ahead and drop there. Tap the screen, get the likes on up, if you will. The corruption in the Supreme Court is outrageous. Yeah, I mean, it's everywhere, though. It ain't just the Supreme Court. It's everywhere. Which is why MAGA is indicating, well, why are you guys just singling out Trump? Because he ain't the only corrupt politician. I mean, it's all the way from mayoral levels. Hell, even some of the county clerks and shit are getting, I mean, corruption is throughout American politics. There's no denying that. President Trump is getting attention for a few reasons. I mean, obviously he's president of the United States, so he's in the top position being corrupt. But in addition to that, the sheer amount of his corruption is insane. And then, of course, this particular guy ran a campaign on ending corruption. He's the one that talked about draining the swamp and exposing all of this stuff, which is why I constantly come down on MAGA, who keeps bringing up, well, Biden this and Obama that. And like, this guy was supposed to not do this stuff. He wasn't supposed to become president, get caught up in a bunch of scandals, and then have you try to defend him by pointing to people he promised to not be like. Now it's pretty clear that his whole drain the swamp promise has been a dismal failure. So now the only defense of Trump, well, he did it too. So now MAGA has went from draining the swamp to just being political snitches. So instead of admitting Trump is wrong, let's just snitch on other people that did the same shit. To me, and I agree with you in the comments, Billy Wap. Yeah, what he is doing is the swamp. What he is doing is swampy as hell. And that's just based on what we can see. I actually believe a couple of things. First thing is Trump made more than $2.2 billion. I don't have any proof of that. I don't have any way to guarantee that. But my guess is Trump made more money than what we've been told. The 2.2. Remember, the IRS can't go through and audit him. So you're taking his word on this. My guess is he made more than $2.2 billion. And you will eventually find that out. Whether it's via gifts, whether it's misdirecting money to other people, more than $2.2 billion went through his hands. My guess is more than that. And that's 2025. That's just his first year as president. He still has 3 more years to add on top of that. We don't know what he's earned in 2026 yet because the year is not over with. But I bet you he didn't take a decrease. I bet you it didn't go down. So he could end up making double-digit billions out of his 4 years as president. He made $2.2 billion in one single year. I bet you 8 years of Bush, 8 years of Obama, 8 years of Clinton, they didn't make that combined. Out of all, that's 24 years of presidencies. Clinton, W. Bush, Obama. I bet you all that together, they did not make what Trump is making. That's how much money he made in a single year. Wow. Anyway, looking in the comments here. And for folks to be saying that there's no corruption in that is insane. So how much would be not enough? I mean, how about we make 10 that year? Would you be, would you be complaining on hell? It really, the 2.2 billion is astronomical, but let's not, Claudia, I think it is. Claudia, it's not necessarily just the amount of money he made. It's the fact that he's making money based off decisions that you loosen regulations on crypto and then you make a ton of money on crypto. Wouldn't matter if it's, now in his case, I think they said it's 1.6 billion, even if it's 100 million, which is only a fraction of 1.6 billion. You're doing things and then immediately making windfalls off of it. That's where the corruption is that you're doing shit like that and making money off of it. Like, for instance, to paint the reflective pool, it was only 16 million. That's a small pittance compared to what we're talking about. But the guy who did it was one of your campaign donors, and all of a sudden he gets a no bid contract to paint a pool. There's no reason why the government should be hiring somebody to paint a pool on a no bid contract. Let companies bid on doing that, and you take the cheapest, most experienced bidder. Why is this guy getting a no bid contract for that? And then you look up into the owner of the company. Well, he donated money to Trump. That's quid pro quo type shit. You don't think that guy knew when he was donating money to Trump that something good for his business was coming down the pipe? You're selling shit. You're selling assets. That's where the corruption is. Has anybody seen that pool guy? How he look? That dude looked like a circus act. The guy who runs the company that painted the reflective pool. If you've seen how he looks, dude looks like he's from like a 1920s circus act. Weird looking guy, really weird looking guy. But yeah, you are paying people to the point where it's not even like it's almost out in the open. He ain't even trying to hide it. Like having a dinner at your home while you are president and charging an astronomical amount of money so that all of these tech bros and CEOs are showing up to your home and, you know, buying this $300,000, $400,000, $500,000 a plate dinner. You know what they're doing when they're in his crib. They're discussing business. They're discussing business. You know, they're getting tips from him on legislation that he's about to pass or trying to persuade him to pass legislation. Now, it would be different if he was running for office and they wanted him to be president, but even then, they're still doing the same shit. But while he's president, so like I said earlier in the live, is that if you had a liberal doing half of the shit that Trump is doing, the right would be 100% certain that person was corrupt. Trump does it. Well, I ain't seen enough proof yet. So yeah, some of the way they're judging it is biased. Plus it's against the emoluments clause. Yeah, I don't know what will end up happening. I do feel confident rather. Trump will attempt to pardon himself, and it'll be a widespread blanket pardon because there's a whole lot of different things financially he's been involved in. I don't like, for instance, using the Department of Justice the way he's used it, sending them after Comey, sending them after Letitia James. That stuff is not legal. So my guess is he'll try to pardon himself from doing that kind of stuff. You can't you can't do something like that. Tell them to deliberately go after people, making up cases. I mean, the dude puts 8647 on some rocks on the beach and takes a picture of that, and we're going to suggest that dude was indicating he wanted to murder the president. That case is useless otherwise, but because Trump directed the Department of Justice to do that, they did it. They know they don't have a case with that bullshit. That's not going anywhere. They know that. I mean, there's no way you could convict Jim Comey of that without holding Trump accountable for posting a picture of Biden hogtied in the trunk of a car. If you're going to suggest that these rocks mean that, you actually got a picture of this dude handcuffed and bound and gagged. So, yeah, my guess is he's going to have to issue widespread pardons because some of the stuff he's done has just simply been outrageous. Anyhow, folks, I do appreciate the 150,000. If you enjoy this type of open dialogue from all sides today, I'm going to ask that you follow the program. If you're watching us on Instagram, TikTok, Substack, or Clapper, happen to be watching us on YouTube, give your boy a sub. If he loses the midterms, he will convince Stone MAGA conservatives to start a civil war. Believe that. Wow. I don't want to say, I don't know if he'll do. I know he's going to say the election was stolen, which could lead to that. If Trump loses the midterms, he's going to say it's going to be 100% Democrats. But yeah, you're right. I don't know if it'll lead to a civil war, but I don't know if Trump would call for a civil war. I'm not going to say I feel confident he wouldn't, but I will say one thing I do feel confident he will do. If the midterms does not go Trump's way, he will allege fraud, and the fraud will have been committed by Democrats. Trump does not see Republican fraud. Trump has been complaining about election fraud since he came down the golden escalator in 2015. Not once have you ever heard Trump complain about a Republican cheating in an election. He does not see Republican fraud. So that will happen. Guaranteed that's going to happen. Guaranteed, certainly if he don't get the Save America Act, because he's claiming it already now. He's already saying it. With no proof, no evidence. He's already saying people are cheating. He was saying it in California in the primaries. He was just saying California was cheating in the election a few weeks ago. No evidence, no proof. And suggesting that that's the reason we need to have the Save America Act passed. He's trying to get an act passed based on just simply stuff he is saying. I would be on his side a little bit if he actually would show some proof behind many of the allegations he's making. He's not going to prove it. You're not going to get it. And he's going to try to ram the Save America Act down your throat. Real quick before I leave out of here, I will just say this in regards to the Save America Act. I believe there is no legitimate excuse for a full-grown adult to not have an ID when it comes to voting. I'm 100% behind requiring an ID to vote. But when you start requiring passports and all this other shit, and then if a woman gets married, she got to show documents to show her marriage certificate, then that's when it starts to become something more sinister. And I do believe what Trump is doing, the end result is you're going to do a lot less to prevent illegal people from voting and a lot more to prevent legitimate people from voting. You're going to hurt a lot more legitimate people than you're going to prevent folks who should not vote. Because it's only 4 months from now to the midterms. If you get the Save America Act passed, if you got it passed right now as we speak, you're going to have millions of people trying to get documents. There is a large percentage of Americans that do not have a passport. And that's what everybody is saying, you should have a passport. A lot of Americans do not have birth certificates. The hospital I was born at no longer exists. So I would have to go to the state of Illinois. So all of a sudden, states are being flooded with requests for documents and all of this shit. And everybody's got to have that within the next 4 months. The mail can't lose any of this stuff. It needs to be delivered without the mail losing any of this. That's not going to happen. People are not going to get their shit in time. You're going to have a whole lot of voters that are going to be telling you, I put in for this document, it was a week late in the mail, or they sent it to the wrong address. And remember, President Trump is also trying to make a law so that you stop counting mail-in votes the day after the election. So anything that gets lost in the mail, we disqualify that. The post office has never been perfect. So there's guaranteed people who legitimately have the right to vote are going to be blocked from doing so with this. 4 months, millions of people trying to get passports and birth certificates and marriage shit all in the next 4 months. They're not going to be able to meet that demand perfectly. You're going to have lots of people not being able to vote because of the Save America Act. I would be willing to have that conversation if there was actual proof that there's lots of illegals and lots of dead people and lots of people that are cheating in the mail. But to do something like this based on sole allegations with little to no evidence and proof, there's no way in hell I can support it. It's your boy Tim, the handsome liberal. I'll catch you guys tomorrow. Thank you for tuning in. And of course, as always, stay safe. Enjoy your holiday. If you're tuning in, you'll see me before that, but I got to go. Catch you later. Y'all take care. Have a good night. Thank you.